Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to tonight's council meeting. I'd like to start with a land acknowledgement. The lands we know today as the Township of Centre Wellington have been homes to Indigenous peoples since time immemorial. We acknowledge that we are on the treaty lands and traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee. With increasing encroachment by non-Indigenous settlers in the Township of Centre Wellington, the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee could not continue their traditional lifestyle and settled in their villages along the Credit River and in the Grand River Valley. These Indigenous nations uphold their treaty rights within our jurisdiction. Today, the Township of Centre Wellington remains home to Indigenous people from across Turtle Island. We are grateful to have the opportunity to share and respect Mother Earth and committed to building constructive and cooperative relationships with Indigenous nations. So now I'm going to, we're going to ask this question again. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interests? Okay, seeing none. And then I'll move down to item number 7, matters arising from closed session. A matter was discussed in closed session regarding the property matter, and I'll read the recommendation. That the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington pass a bylaw to stop up and close Francis Lane, registered Plan 181, Elora, for the purpose of conveying the road allowance to a budding landowner, Cat Florence Canada Company Limited, and that the company direct the Managing Director of Infrastructure Services to provide public notice of the Township intent to sell Francis Lane as at the subject property and on the Township website for a notice period of 10 business days, and that the council authorized the mayor and clerk to execute an agreement of purchase and sale between the Corporation of the Township of Centre Wellington and Cat Florence Canada. Sorry, can I just, I'm just going to step back. I missed as amended there. Okay. Yeah. I'll just read that one. And that the council authorized the mayor and clerk to execute an agreement of purchase and sale as amended between the Corporation of the Township of Centre Wellington and Cat Florence Company Limited for the purchase of township-owned lands known as Francis Lane and Elora for the purpose of a pedestrian walkway in the amount of $160,000, and that the chief administrative officer be delegate authority to execute all auxiliary documents in relationship thereto to cause the lands to be conveyed to the purchasers. To have a mover for that. Councillor McDonald, seconder. Was that Councillor Evoy? All those in favor. So carried. A related bylaw 2024-25 will be added to the bylaw section of the agenda for consideration. Thank you for that. Okay, so now we're going to move down to item 8, presentation and announcements. And I have the pleasure of introducing Tim Martin. Tim, would you like to come up and talk about your art?
Hello, everybody. Thank you all for the opportunity of displaying my artwork here in the council chambers. Thank you to Anne and Barb and Pete for organizing all of this. What am I going to talk about? Artsy-fartsy stuff. So I moved to Elora in '94. And there was something about this place that is kind of, I don't know how to explain it really, but when I arrived here, I felt like it was home. This is the most remarkable place, and we're very fortunate to live in such an incredible little place. It's truly wonderful. This whole thing about the vibe, I talked to a lot of people in Elora, and the one thing they're really concerned about is that Elora is going to lose its vibe. What is that vibe? What is it? It's nothing that you can put in monetary terms. You can't, what's the word? Excuse me, I'm having a brain fart here. On Facebook, I put out a questionnaire one time of getting people to describe this community in terms of adjectives and whatever. This is what I remember. I remember this because these are things that I live by. Beauty, eccentric, creative, community-minded, friendly, wholesome, intimate, artistic, spiritual, environmentally aware, safe, interesting, nurturing. Now, you can't put a monetary value on any of this, but this is the soul of our community. And this is what we're scared of losing, I guess. The amount of development that's happened here has happened very quickly, and I don't think people have really adjusted to the changes. And they're cognizant of the fact that it's going to get bigger. How do you keep the vibe? How do you keep things that attracted us all here? That's basically, I don't have any solutions, but things like the Twilight Zoo hopefully fill all these ideas. And the thing is that the Twilight Zoo is weird and wacky, and what it does is send a signal. It's not just an art show, it's a signal that this is a really cool place, and we don't have the corporate experience. This is a different kind of exposure. So I, in my own naive way, do what I can to sort of promote this, because we're branded. We're branded. Corporations have paid fortune for what we've branded already. So I think in about 2 months, in March, I've been working on a piece for Marty and Mermaid Antiques. And when this goes on display, I hope everything that I've put in here, you will see in the mural. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Tim. I've been talking about your paintings here in council for a little bit since they got hung up. Your Twilight structures bring such joy every year. They continue to bring joy. Children love it. Seniors love it. It's for every age. And we are so fortunate to have you part of our community, part of the Elora Center for the Arts. I've heard you speak for them, and I cherish you, and I cherish the things that you've brought here. Thank you.
Any other comment? Yeah, Councillor Adams.
Yes, just a quick comment. I've lived in Center Wellington about 15 years. I have my oldest son, his birthday's right in October, and your art has been a part of like his birthday experience and bringing people into this community, friends and relatives to come see this community. And I think you've summed up that, you know, what is the vibe here really well. And I know it's a part of what brought me to this community, and it's part of what keeps me in the community. So thank you for coming, and you're a very valuable piece of this community.
Councillor Evoy.
Thank you. Through you, sir. I can't miss my turn to say how awesome your work is. And I think one of my favorite things is seeing it hung in chambers. And I appreciate the work that Barb and the rest of the council is doing to make sure that we all get to see the talent that lives within our community. So thank you for bringing it back to us. And thank you, Tim, for all you do.
Any other comments or questions? I'd like to say something. Tim is my friend, and I love Tim. Tim has been an integral part of this community for a long, long time. As long as I've been here, I've known Tim. And we've had some good fun over the years. And but your spirit is very much a part of this room. It's a part of this community. The one thing I've always appreciated about you, Tim, is you've been consistent. You're always about supporting the value of the arts, how it's important for this community, what that means to our community that way. And I think the reason why we have such an intention in this community is because of people like yourself and the artists. So I think that will continue. That is something that is sort of beyond structure. That's intuitive. It's part of, it's a heart. It's like a soul. It's ingrained in our community. And I thank you, and I thank all the artists who contributed that. And I don't see that. I see that just continuing on. And I see that as in some ways being sort of a counter to the growth. Like it's part and parcel of our community. It's not a either or. It is. So anyways, thank you very much for coming here tonight. Again, I love looking at your art. As you know, I have a lot of your art in my house, so anyways, appreciate you coming out and keep up the good work. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to go, speaking of political, we're going to talk about political art now. And we have Steve O'Neill from County Councillor Ward 4. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. I cannot draw anything. So good evening, everyone, and thanks for letting me come. Last week, County Council approved a 4.6% tax levy increase for 2024. That is $30 increase per $100,000 of assessed value on the county portion of the residence tax bill. Center Wellington average assessed value for home is $422.5. Those figures haven't been changed, obviously, by MPAC for a number of years, about 4. That will amount to an extra $126.75 on the county portion of a home valued at $422.5. County Council also approved a 50-cent price increase on the large and small yellow bags. This increase will go into effect on July 1st, 2024. Yellow large bags will go from $2 to $2.50, small from $1.50 to $2. And that's the first increase since 2016, 8 years ago. Blue box collection will become the producer's responsibility province-wide in January of 2026. A couple years out, but many municipalities have begun the transition already. Wellington County, we began our transitioning in the last 6 months of the cohort on July 1st, 2025. And details are being planned to be communicated to the residents beginning in the spring of 2025, so about a year from now. Curbside pickup will continue to be done for your blue box material. The county won't be doing it, will be the producers. Tomorrow, on January 30th, a 2-day health and housing symposium will begin in Guelph with city and county councillors attending, along with health and housing experts. Wellington County is responsible for social services in the county, as well as the city of Guelph. As you're aware, housing and homelessness is a very real issue in our communities. Guelph is having a very hard time with homelessness right now. Addiction and mental health greatly contribute to the problems facing our community. I, along with a majority of our council, will be attending the symposium. If you've been in downtown Guelph, you've seen the issues there, obviously. Guelph is very concerned, and that's why they're certainly attending the meeting as well. In regards to social services, later this year, the county social service committee currently is made up of the county warden, 4 county councillors, and the mayor of Guelph. The mayor of Guelph was a recent voting addition to the committee in the last 4 years. We're going to change the plan is to change the makeup of that committee. It will be probably 4 elected county officials and 4 elected city representatives. Again, the city is a large portion of our social services, approximately 80% of it. We're looking to get more representation from the city on that, and that's being worked out by the city CAO and the county CAO to bring a motion forward. The county has a tender out for an automated speed enforcement program. Everybody likes that? Well, maybe. The tender is closing on February 8th, and a report is expected to be brought to the Roads Committee in March. Automated speed enforcement can only be installed at dedicated community safety zones. If council approves the project, it is expected that some of the local municipalities will want to participate as well. And obviously that's up to Center Wellington Township Council if they would like, when they see the details, if they'd be happy to move ahead with it. And that's all I've got. And I'd try and answer any questions that anybody has.
Thank you, Steve. We'll start with Barb.
Thank you so much through you, sir. Thanks, Steve. Nice to see you as always. I appreciate the update. I have a couple of little tiny comments or questions for our people for all of us, where and will there be increasing places to buy the yellow bags? Because it seems like they're decreasing. So is the only place other than a few stores now to get them at the actual sites themselves? Or?
I'll ask that question. I didn't know there were decreasing spots.
Yeah, I think there's 2 left in Fergus. I don't know about Elora. So yeah, they're becoming a little harder to access in town. So some information would be great. I look forward to learning more about the Blue Box transition and what that's going to look like. Awesome. And what that'll look like to our community. With regards to the symposium that you're attending, I completely understand and respect the large piece of the pie, as it were, that Guelph takes. But I look forward to hearing back from Mayor Waters an in-depth summary of this, because it involves 2 problems that, although might be more prevalent in the city, as it were, it's a very big problem for us here, and in fact further up north in our township as well. Looking at addiction issues and concerns, mental health, wellness concerns, and of course housing. So I look forward to a pretty in-depth summary of that symposium when the time comes. Thanks so much.
Yeah, with the rural areas of the county do not have any support systems for anybody that has a homeless situation, couch surfing. It's just not, we don't see it as much because we don't have 20 tents out here like they do in Guelph, but it is a prevalent problem.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Councillor O'Neill, for coming. That was a pretty thorough overview. It's nice to see what everyone's doing at county. The social services, so the budget, you're saying that City of Guelph has 80% of the budget of social services? Am I misunderstanding that? Sorry.
Most of the budget from social services is grants from the province. Mm-hmm. But yes, the city does pay and use most of the services that are. Yeah. And so right now we have our social services department in Fergus, and then we sort of port people to Guelph if there's housing there, not really housing here. Seems to be like the pattern now. And so I'm just saying I would like to see more advocacy for the rural towns. Kind of bouncing on what Councillor Evoy is saying too, that, we have dealt with a little tent city here, and, our staff were not prepared. So I'm just thinking of the future and where our money's going. And so I know quite a bit is going to Guelph. Absolutely. Yeah. And so that creates hardship, especially Center Wellington. We're the largest township in Wellington County. So that does create hardship. And I'm very excited about the automatic speed enforcement. I'm very excited. Once you get a couple tickets. That's fine. It's totally fine. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Anyone over here? Any additional questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Okay, we're going to go over item 8.4 at 7. We'll be talking to John Mascarin. We're going to go down now to we have no delegations. No. And then we're consent items. So consent items are considered routine in nature and are voted on collectively. However, any member of council may request one or more items to be removed from consent agenda for separate discussion and or action. So a member of council may ask questions or make comments regarding items on the consent agenda without requiring the item to be removed. So we have a recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approve consent agenda items 10.1 through 10.6. Do I have a mover for that? Oh, is that a mover? Okay. Okay. Councillor Wilton, seconder on that? Councillor Eva, comments, questions? Yep.
Just quick comments on two items. One is that I'm really looking forward to seeing more initiatives from the water conservation program. So thank you for that report. It was interesting to read and good to see. So I really like that. And also congratulations to Kendra and her team on the Centre Wellington 25 logo and all of that. I think it'll be cool to do some celebrations this year for the 25th anniversary. So that was all from me. Thank you.
Okay. We have a I did the recommendation. We have a mover and seconder. All those in favor? So moved. Okay, we move down to item 10.2. Partial demolition listed property 203 Getty. Sorry.
The minutes.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I did. 10. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
11.
Where's the agenda?
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay.
I apologize.
I thought I was doing. Okay, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want me to go to 11 or do you want or 10.2? 11. Yep. Yeah, because it's all on the consent,
That's
right?
right. Yeah.
Yep.
So between the two of us, we'll.
Yep. So.
Yeah. I
Yep.
think Kristen is here.
Okay. But okay.
These were all.
Yeah, they're all set, but we didn't, and we had the approval on that, so we're good now. Okay, thank you. Okay, so consideration of reports. Item 11.1, 2024 Community Impact Grant Recommendation, a report from Christian Trexler, and Manager of Community Development. Welcome.
Fortunate to have so many community groups who provide much needed services that make Centre Wellington a great place to call home. I don't think I can I? Not yet. The township recognizes the value of all these groups and offers to support these groups in various different ways. Some have storage space on township property to house their chattels and run their events from. Minor sports groups and special events receive reduced rental fees for facility rentals. We have a staff position that spends 40% of their time with event groups during peak season to ensure events minimize their risk by helping them adhere to all of the required permits and best practices. Groups planning events on township property also have access to a community resource center where groups can rent items that the township has purchased at a very reduced cost. Items like tents, hand washing stations, tables, the water buggy, power cords, and so much more are available to event organizers who do not have the financial ability to start an inventory of items or have a place to store them. We also have granting opportunities for projects, programming, and capital projects, as well as some tourism-related grants. And today we're focusing on the community impact grants. So 41 grant applications were submitted in 2024, which was up from 33 in 2023. The 41 asks had a value of $288,186, which was a $21,502 increase over the last year. As for funding those requests, there was just over $15,000 less in 2024 versus 2023. And the task of scoring and allocating was not easy. Every ask is a great idea. Every cause is worthy. Every application was clearly filled out with care and passion for the work that they do. And the Healthy Communities Advisory Committee Working Group had the impossible task of putting a value to the requests and ultimately not having enough for everyone. Rather than going through each ask in your package, I thought maybe it would be more helpful to understand a bit more about the process that was taken. So all asks were treated equally. There was no extensions made and conflicts of interest were clearly communicated before we started. Each member of the working group read all applications to be able to speak on each one with their own lens. And the scoring matrix was our starting point. All members used the same tool to score each application, which helped a detailed review. Members met virtually to discuss the scores. Amounts were suggested. As the pot grew smaller, there was discussion about what portions of the asks might look like. For example, could we support more organizations if we allocated to a certain group 50 or 75% of their ask? And also discussed was other supports that the groups get. Some had many supports from the list at the beginning that I discussed, and others had no supports at all. So a lot of care and consideration and respect was given to all the organizations and their asks. And to summarize the recommendations that you have a table in your package. However, there's another way to look at it. Council created a strategic plan with 5 main focus areas, and the recommendations from the working group support 3 of the 5 areas that you deemed: creating the condition for economic prosperity, improving the activity, health, and wellness of our community, and championing environmental stewardship. So the recommendations support 7 initiatives in the economic prosperity goal for an investment of $64,418. 21 initiatives for the activity, health, and wellness goal for an investment of $11,300. And 7 initiatives for the environmental stewardship goal for an investment of $21,150. The working group shared with the advisory committee that they enjoyed the process, but some areas of the policy and process they'd like to improve or reconsider before the 2025 grant cycle. And some of those items for consideration are in the packages. And they would like to bring any edits of the policy to council before the summer. And lastly, I just wanted to note a point of gratitude for the volunteers of the Healthy Committees Advisory Committee for their time and care that went into this task, and to all the groups in the community for making this an active, caring, innovative, safe, and connected community. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Comments, questions, Councillor Evoy.
To you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kristen. Great to hear that things are rolling forward and that you've chosen the pillars that you chose. I think everything's really great. I even am excited to see what suggestions come forth about how this council, bless you, how this council might support and make it even better. I'm trying to remember where that rough number of 300, I think that must be what we gave away all in.
For this year?
I see, yeah, 64, 111, and 21, or so 290. What did that come to?
There was a ask of 288,186, but we had $157,980 to.
And can you just remind me how we came up with that figure?
So that at budget time was given the $65,000 from taxation, and the rest came from the OLG.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Just to remember that for next year, I think it's worthy of discussion, because this is the best way, in my opinion, one of the best ways to invest in our community. And so I think if there's any room as we go forward, we should be looking at it. This is how we get stuff done. This in conjunction with you and your team continuing to find community partnerships. This is the way to do it. So great job. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Waters. I just noted on one of the few grant funds. I'm really happy for Laura Rocks, because it definitely dedicates itself to seniors too. And we don't have a senior center here, so that's very important in my community. Canada Food Day. So Canada Food Day, the funds all go to one fund when they fundraise. I believe it might be held by the University of Guelph. So I'm just wondering who applied for this grant? Like there is a board that oversees it, but I'm just wondering if there isn't potential for more funds for them from the fund that it's generated Canada-wide, instead of this route. But I don't know all the logistics involved.
Through you, Mayor. So Canada Food Days application is for specific chattels that help keep the patrons of the event safe in Elora as they're executing that event. So it was things like barriers, tents for sun shade, washrooms, security, different things like that. Yeah.
It was so well done last year. It is almost like Canada Day. So yeah, excellent. And really happy we're supporting the Legion with the race. That's important. Thank you so much. This was a big undertaking and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Adams.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. As the council member on the committee that helped work through this, I am familiar with the applications. I believe through our conversations, just confirm if I'm correct, that actually almost all of the eligible organizations that applied received maybe not all of their grants, because some had a number of grants that they had applied to, but had received a grant, except for maybe only 2 organizations that would have been eligible, but were kind of deemed were graded a little bit lower on their scoring sheets. I just want to confirm that it was just 2, and that I believe staff, when you communicate this back to the organizations, you kind of provide some feedback to those organizations to help encourage them to apply again, and kind of they might have been first-time applicants, and providing them a little guidance. That was my first comment. And then my second comment is I really want to applaud Ian on the feedback that he had provided. It was right on so many of my own kind of questions and concerns as well, specifically about the stacking, the tourism development versus the community development. I think there's a lot of really, really good items that need to be looked at that he had listed through this. And I know it's a difficult process, and the committee did wonderful, and we're just trying out that new policy. So I'm looking at the recommendation. Is there a commitment to look at those recommendations from Ian? Mm-hmm. I know it is in the report, but the specific recommendations only speaking to updating the policy. But my assumption is that staff will be reviewing and some of those concerns brought up through Ian's letter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for council? Okay, go ahead.
I also would like to thank Ian McRae, because I didn't notice he was chair this year. So that's great. And just bouncing on Councillor Adams there. It was very in-depth, his report, so it made it easier to understand why they did the things that they did. So that was great. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, I just I noticed here that and it's my fault on this, that there's an item here on the Art Center. I'd like to declare, and as I've said in the past, you can declare a conflict right up to that. So I'd like to pull that item out because I have a conflict on that. Vote on everything else, and I'll ask you to. Deputy Mayor Wilton to come up here and then vote on that. So let's do with all the other items first. Okay. So just so I have a moment here with Carrie.
All right, thank you. So I understand we have a recommendation to consider. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington approves the Community Impact Grant allocations as recommended by the Healthy Communities Advisory Committee as attached in Schedule A to Report CS 2024-02. And that the Community Impact Working Group continue to review the policy and make recommendations to Council prior to the 2025 Community Impact Grants release. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Epoy, seconder, Councillor McDonald. Any further comments, discussion, questions? All those in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anytime. I stay here.
Yeah.
We're down to item 11.2, Strategic Plan Review 2024, and we have a report from Kendra. Hi, Kendra.
I'm here tonight just to get approval to move forward on obtaining council and staff's feedback on the strategic plan. We're a year almost into it, and we just want to make sure that we're on the right track with this. So I'm just seeking approval on that.
Comments, questions?
To you, sir. Yeah, I think you guys are doing a lot of work. I was talking to the mayor earlier today and saying, I think one of the things that we need to focus on is that malleability and the ability to adapt and change. And you and your team have done that very well, all of you. So yeah, thank you.
Any other comments, questions from council? Okay, well, thank you. We have a recommendation. It's at the back side of that. No, sorry. I was looking for the back side of this. Oh, here we go. We have a recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington authorize staff to proceed with engagement between council and staff to gather feedback on the current 2023 to 2026 strategic plan prior to the 2025 budget process. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, second Councillor Adams. Any further comments or discussions on that? All those in favor? So moved. Thank you. John is with us now at 7. I got 1 minute. Okay, so why don't we take a 2-minute break? Everyone, and then when you come back, Mr. Mascaro will be here. So you got a couple of minutes, and we'll start with that.
Actually, Kevin's here for the last item. Can we maybe do the last item so that the solicitor can leave and then we do John?
Okay, we can do that.
Can we do that?
Okay, so let's take 3 minutes. Sorry, I don't know if John's hearing us, but we'll be back to you shortly, John. So, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for that moment there. Okay, so we're going to go down to item, before we go with John, we're going to go to item 11.3, Declaration of Surplus Lands, a report from Pat Newsom. Thank you.
Thank you. I did want to point out that we have Kevin Thompson here with us tonight from SV Law to guide us through this report and if we have any questions. We'll be getting up a slide in a minute, which actually shows the property here that we're discussing, which is Strathallan Park, which is adjacent to St. Joseph's School. The recommendation in the report is that this property be declared surplus. This is for the purpose of expanding St. Joseph's Catholic School. The recommendation is to sell the property to the school board for this purpose. Growth in Centre Wellington will require additional school spaces for students of all ages, and currently students attending Wellington Catholic District School Board High School are bused outside the community. The township can support this added need in the community. Any sale agreement would require the approval of the Ministry of Education and a zoning amendment to permit these specific institutional uses for this expansion while maintaining the existing open space recreation zoning. The recommendation to declare the property surplus is for the purpose of negotiating an agreement and potentially selling the property to the Wellington Catholic District School Board. It is strictly for their institutional purposes. This will ultimately strengthen the school board's application to the ministry for school expansion, and prior to any development, the township can continue to operate and maintain the park. Any agreement entered into will ensure that public access to the majority of the green space during non-school hours will remain, and that this provides an opportunity for school expansion without utilizing greenfield site while allowing for co-location of school and park amenities. There's one recommendation in the report in two parts. And if there's any questions, I'm going to turn this back over to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Comments, questions from council? Councillor McDonald.
I'm super happy about this. I've heard from parents that when it hit the agenda, they were, and it's already really been in the news about the school. They're very happy that a Catholic school will be coming. And we released a lot of homes, so I think it definitely will be full of students. So I think that this is a really good decision for me. So thank you. This wasn't easy, I can tell. Thank you.
Councillor Walton.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you for the report. I am concerned about the loss of the green space in this part of the community. This community, as we've seen through some mapping, with the loss of Strathallan Park as a publicly owned green space, some residents in this ward, in Ward 5, will have over a kilometer to walk to the nearest green space. So I am concerned. I've received concerns from residents about their property values with the loss of this public space and with the addition of a large structure. A high school is a fairly significant building, and parking lot might negatively impact their property values. I have also heard concerns about the impact on traffic for the intersection at Strathallan and Highway 6, which is already causing quite a bit of concern. And we have approved a 5-story residential mixed-use building on Strathallan right across from this site. So with that and with a high school, the traffic implications will be quite severe, I think. So we do need to keep an eye on all that. And I think with any future agreements with the secondary school board or separate school board would be to make sure that that public green space doesn't all just get paved over with parking lot and high school, because that is a fairly small site for a high school with the associated parking needs. So that would be a few things. And then also if we, in future, if this all comes to pass, that we make sure there's increased connectivity to the other green spaces within that neighborhood in that north end of Fergus. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Walton. Any other comments? Councillor Eveling.
Through you, sir, just a question. I'm sure we haven't seen these in the plans yet, but I would imagine with the high school, there must be plans for some outdoor space, like a track or something, although we haven't heard it yet. But if it's a high school and it's the only one in the area, I would imagine there must be some allowance for that coming up. Do we have any say on whether or not we have access to that?
Or if you want to take that one.
Sure. Through the mayor to Councillor Eboy. We have seen some preliminary designs, but nothing has been formally submitted as part of a complete application. So tonight's decision is about declaring the land surplus. If an agreement is entered into, it would be subject to ministerial approval. It would be subject also to a zoning bylaw amendment to allow those uses. And through that process, council would see concept plans. They would see the studies in support of whatever the future layout would look like, the amenities, the track, parking layout, the traffic, all of that would be considered as part of that public rezoning. So we'd have a formal discussion of those concerns at that time.
Any other comments from council? I'd like to make a comment, or did you want to go ahead? Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. I just also wanted to add on and stress the importance of looking at traffic safety in the area, all to the same points. But I know there's a lot of concern in that area, and there's going to be a lot of kids in the area, and it's a pretty big shopping area too. So the traffic concerns are going to be pretty high there.
Any other comments, questions from council? Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor, I just would like to comment that currently we are a population of 32,000 and all of our separate school students go to Guelph for high school in 1, 2, 3 different schools. So the busing alone on budgets, I'm fully aware my kids bus their whole high school life. And so I think that this is a good decision, and I'm happy to find out actually that, you know, through the process, we'll have a bit of a say on how they use the lands. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other comments and questions from council? Like all development process, this will go through the development process in terms of design and the opportunity for looking at traffic as well. So as we know, anyone who's lived in the community for a long time knows that this site was basically by itself, sort of at the northern end. There was an old hotel, that type of thing. So when the school was first brought in, and that community or the north end of Fergus has changed quite substantially. But I know we've had discussions, or we've been chatting with the school board in terms of their issues that way. I know we have a meeting planned that way to talk about safety issues and what we can do sort of now in that regard. But I know in terms of the visioning, it probably does need a stronger visioning in terms of how you deal with traffic, drop off, all that. And I think through this process, there'll be an opportunity to look at that, and definitely through that process, it should make that area safer for all. That we obviously don't want any issues as it relates to children and people traversing through those areas. But I think sort of a proper site plan of this area will sort of look at all those issues. And I like the fact that there still will be green space there that there'll be still the opportunity for people to access, and though at different times, but there still will be a green space. It's not like that space will go completely. But anyways, it's also part of our and it's part of our needs within our community. Someone asked me about a year ago, you know, we have all this tremendous growth going on, you know, our infrastructure. And I look at part of our infrastructure, our schools, childcare facilities, transportation networks, all that is part of the infrastructure. And where we can provide those opportunities to come into the community, I think this is a good thing for the community. Anyways, that's my comments. Yes, Councillor Wilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Waters. Just want to add a comment on the green space. I understand some of the argument is that there will still be some green space, but only accessible after school hours or on weekends. And that's quite different than for stay-at-home parents, seniors. There's lots of people in the community that want access to green space during that kind of 8:30 to 4:30 times period as well. So just want to be cognizant of those residents and make sure we make up for the loss of green space as much as possible in the future as this proceeds.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Okay, if there are no other comments or questions, we have a recommendation that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington declare surplus to the township requirements Strathallan Park and 2 pedestrian access walkways located at 220 Strathallan Street, Fergus, and more particularly described as pins 71497 0047 LT, 71497 0050 LT, and 71497 0058 LT for the purpose of simple conveyance to the Wellington Catholic District School Board, subject to the reservation of any required utility easements as determined by the Managing Director of Infrastructure Services, and that upon finalization of the agreement with Wellington Catholic District School Board and Chief Administrative Officer is authorized to execute on behalf of the township such agreements or other documents necessary to complete the transfer on such terms as may be acceptable to the CAO and the Township Legal Counsel. Do I have a mover on that? Oh, Councillor McDonald. Do I have a seconder on that? Councillor Adams. Comments, questions? Sorry.
Recorded vote, please.
We can do that, sure. Let's do comments, questions, and then we can, any other comments, questions? Okay, we'll have a recorded vote, please. So will you ask the Councillor House? Yep.
Councillor McDonald, yea or nay?
Yay. Yay.
Councillor Jefferson?
Yay.
Councillor Evoy?
Yay.
Councillor Wilton?
Yay.
And Mayor Waters?
Yes.
Carried.
That in fact is carried. Thank you. Thank you for their earnest comments on that, and we take everything to heart. Thank you. If you want, you can leave now if you'd like to go. Thank you for your participation. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so I think now we're going to go to John. And what item was that?
8.4.
Okay, so we're going to go back to item 8.4, and we're going to welcome actress training. Hello, John. Thanks for hanging in there.
No problem. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Belated Happy New Year to everybody, and thank you for having me back. You may recall I was supposed to do this presentation, I think, at the end of August last year. If I'm not mistaken, it was like August 25th. And council liked my presentation on part one so much that I ate up the whole time to present and didn't get to the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. So I really do thank you for having me back. So tonight I wanted to talk about part two, which was the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, which is part of the accountability regime, part of the accountability framework here in Ontario that really goes hand in hand together with the Code of Conduct and that framework. So I'm going to be talking about specifically the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and I'll highlight why it's so important. Why, in a sense, it's a statute on its own. And I do have a PowerPoint. So, Mr. Mayor, if it's all right with you, I'd like to share my screen and put my PowerPoint presentation up, and then I'll walk you through.
Excuse me, John. Sorry. Right. We're having a hard time hearing you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Microphone, we did test it prior to the meeting, not with John, but with other members of staff, and there's no issue with the system.
Yeah, it's a little bit muted in here. Where some of us are having a hard time hearing you.
All right. Mr. Mayor, what I'm going to try to do is I will take you off of these earbuds and try to put you on the speakers. Perhaps that'll be better. So give me a moment and let me try.
Thank you.
Can I ask, can you hear me any better now?
Much better, John. Thank you.
Okay, I can't hear you as well, but that's just a function of me having to put up the sound. So that's okay. I can do that. But if you can hear me, Mr. Mayor, I think we're okay. So are you all right if I proceed to put up my PowerPoint slide?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I think it should be up now, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, terrific. Well, there we go. So the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I'll start with background and purpose. The current statute that you have today was, in a sense, put in place some 52 years ago by the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act 1972, the first time that all of the provisions in the statute had been codified. Now, many people have argued that it actually goes back all the way to 1849 and the original Baldwin Act, the original Consolidated Municipal Act in Upper Canada. I haven't actually traced it back that far, but I'm going to take some of these academic writers at their word that it does actually codify some conflict of interest provisions dating back now about 170 years. The legislation has received an enormous amount of judicial consideration. There are literally hundreds of cases for this little 15 section statute. And it's been in place again since 1972. It's applicable to members of council and members of local boards. Local board is very broadly defined in Section 1 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Local board has almost, but not exactly, the same meaning as the term in Section 1 of the Municipal Act. What's really interesting is in the Municipal Act, you have a very broad definition of local board, just like you do in the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. But then when you get to Part 5.1, where codes of conduct are found, there's a number of carve-outs, and there's a number of local boards and other bodies that the accountability framework in the Municipal Act does not apply to. So, for instance, members of the Police Service Board, members of the Public Library Board, Children's Aid Societies, boards of health, and a number of other entities are excluded from codes of conduct, whereas they are included, and the definition of member includes those members of those local boards for the purposes of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Now, for your purposes, the MCIA does not apply to staff. It only applies to elected or appointed members of council or members of local boards. Now, the purpose, I can do no better than to quote from Mole and Fisher, a case from 1979 from the Ontario Divisional Court, and I'll tell you why the Divisional Court is so key in making decisions with respect to the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act towards the end of tonight's presentation. The obvious purpose of the Act is to prohibit members of council and members of local boards from engaging in the decision-making process with respect to matters in which they have a personal economic interest. That is the purpose of the statute. You'll notice that even though the wording of the statute is called the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, the interest is only a financial interest. I'll speak about that in a moment. Now, many persons have attempted to argue, and this happened sometime last year, and I think it was March or April of last year, from this district school board case from London, where the argument was, wow, you're just tying our hands with respect to the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. We just can't make any decisions. And the court completely disavowed that argument by the respondent in the case. The court said, I do not accept that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act was designed to paralyze local governance intentionally or inadvertently. In fact, the MCIA was specifically designed to attempt to balance effective governance on the one hand with integrity and accountability on the other hand. So the court completely rejected the argument that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act completely ties the hands of local council members in making decisions. And it said it was designed to balance two things. One, effective governance, but two, to ensure that effective governance is carried out with integrity and accountability. So you, as members of council, before you take your oath of office, before you take your seat, you have to take an oath of office under Section 232 of the Municipal Act. And the third specific promise, the declaration that you make, is that you will disclose any pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. So you take a personal vow, you make a declaration, a solemn declaration that you will promise that you will disclose your pecuniary interest. The courts have said the obligation to abide by the MCIA is thus personal to the member. Okay. Now, this was argued 14 years ago by former Toronto Mayor Rob Ford, where he said, well, hold on. He was under investigation and under an application, actually, for having breached the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. He said, well, hold on. Why is everything on me here? I had the city solicitor sitting right across from me. The city clerk is here and knows all about municipal conflicts of interest. My fellow council members, the speaker. Why didn't anyone speak up or warn me? And the court said, well, it's because it's your own personal obligation. It's no one else's obligation. And I'll explain why that's in fact the case. Now, Cooper and Wianco, a case from Georgian Bay, said the decision to exercise the obligations set out in Section 5, this was done before the Bill 68 amendments, because it would have said Sections 5 and 5.2, and now 5.3 for strong mayor municipalities. But it was done before that, so it only referred to Section 5. It said the decision to exercise the obligations under Section 5 are characterized as a matter of personal judgment for each councillor. So in one way, the statute is self-policing. A member has to ensure that they're aware of the obligations under the MCIA and that they will adhere to and comply with those obligations. So here's my one comment to you. The public doesn't understand this. The public looks at the title of the statute and says it's a conflict of interest, and they will believe it means what the common meaning is. And I just pulled this from a regular dictionary. I can't even remember which one, probably Webster, Merriam, or maybe not Oxford, but the common meaning of a conflict of interest is a situation in which a person has a private or personal interest sufficient to appear to influence the objective exercise of his or her official duties as, say, a public official, an employee, or a professional who has to discharge obligations in the public interest, or as a fiduciary, or as a trustee, or by statute. And that's what the public thinks it is, that somehow there's this personal or private duty. And it's not that at all. What the MCIA is really concerned about is, do you as a member of council have a direct, indirect, or do you have a deemed pecuniary interest? What is sufficient to constitute and to trigger pecuniary interest under Section 5, well said in the Cooper and Wianco case again, will not necessarily be demarcated by a bright line. How true. And I will try to highlight and illustrate some incidences, facts, some stories where you'll see that there is not a bright line test at any time, because you'll find that as you're making decisions, the fact situation and the nuances of any particular factual circumstance can't be so clear that today I could tell you, well, here it is. Here's the line. If you do this, you're over it. If you do that, you're not over it. And I can't do that for you today in a vacuum. all of these decisions, and what you'll find is that the decisions are all very fact specific, and the determinations in the court decisions are incredibly fact driven, and they really depend on the particular nuances of the facts circumstances themselves in. You'll recall just before Christmas, before the holidays, I came and presented on a Municipal Conflict of Interest Act application. Actually, it was 2 applications, and I put them into one. And the specific determinations in that case stood on the particular facts of the allegations and the circumstances, and it was my determination that there was no pecuniary interest, and in fact, if there had been, there would have been exceptions that applied. Now, that was very specific to that very particular case, those 2 very particular cases that you may recall. And I can speak a little bit about it again, and I'll, again, show you some illustrations where something may look like it's a pecuniary interest, but in fact, at law, it isn't at all, or it may be, but then there's an exception that applies. And I'll speak about all of those things. So the Act has some principles right at the very front end. These were put in place at the recommendation of Justice Cunningham in his report called Updating the Ethical Infrastructure, which was the Mississauga Judicial Inquiry Report back in 2011-2012. You may recall that former Mayor Hazel McCallion had been under a judicial investigation, judicial inquiry, as to a number of conflicts of interest that she had. And one of the things that Justice Cunningham said is, there seems to be a little bit of confusion about how the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act applies. So it would be better served by putting in principles at the front of the Act to aid in the interpretation and the application of the specific standalone operable provisions of the statute. And I've emphasized all those words because I want to draw a parallel to your code of conduct in just a moment. So here are the principles. They were recommended by Justice Cunningham, and the Ontario legislature felt it incumbent to follow up on those recommendations and to create statutory principles that are in sections 1.1 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Now, I'll save you the trouble. The first 3 are paraphrases from the leading cases on municipal conflict of interest. The 4th one, though, is fascinating, and that's one that I've often referred to. I'm going to read it out. Now, this is a paraphrase, but I tried to distill it down to its essence, but it's very close to the wording in the statute. The 4th principle says, there is a benefit to municipalities and local boards when members have a broad range of knowledge and continue to be active in their own communities, whether in business, in the practice of a profession, in community associations, and otherwise. Now, what this tells you is that there's nothing wrong with any of you or any members of your local boards having a pecuniary interest in a matter and a conflict of interest, because, as it says here, there is a benefit when you as a member of council continue to be active in your community. In fact, as a member of council, you typically reside in your community. Now, I know you don't have to necessarily reside. There are some wonky qualifications, eligibility requirements in the Municipal Act where all you have to do is possibly and if your spouse rents premises, you can be qualified voter, elector, and you could be qualified. But typically people live in their community. And in fact, that's a good thing. This is what this is saying. Are any of you members of local associations, community organizations? You may very well be, because you have an interest in public service. I'm sure your public service does not end just by being members of council, right? There's nothing wrong with that. That's what this Act says. That's what the principle says in number 4. What you have to do, though, is you have to know what the rules are and to ensure that you comply with them, so not to run afoul of it. There's nothing wrong with you or any member being also a member of another body. However, if that other body has any business before council, that's when you have to be mindful of your obligations under the Act. If you have a conflict, you're disqualified from being on council. That's not, in fact, the law. Disqualification is not the law. You may be disqualified, though, if you don't follow the rules, okay? And that's why this statute is so important, because it's one of the few statutes in which, if you breach it, you can be removed from council. And I'll speak about some recent cases on that. So again, I've talked about pecuniary interest is key here. Okay, so you have pecuniary interest. Well, what is it? Pecuniary equates to financial. There's a number of cases. Mondu and Tuckenhagen, a case from Thunder Bay, distilled them down and said a pecuniary interest is one, quote, concerning or consisting of money, an interest that has a monetary or financial value, and then pointed to three types of pecuniary interest in the Act. I've already referenced them: direct, indirect, or deemed. And where does this concern arise if you have a pecuniary interest? In two instances. The first one was in place since the 1972 Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. It arises if there is a matter for a decision in front of council or a committee, and it's being considered by council or committee. That's been in place for 50 years. However, now there's an additional consideration, and that's if there is a matter in which any member of council, member of a local board, has a pecuniary interest, and the matter is with staff, with an officer or employee of the municipality, for consideration for a recommendation or a decision. So it may be a recommendation to council, or it may be a delegated decision-making authority that the staff has. That is entirely new, and I'll speak about that in just a moment. But that only came into the statute in 2019. So it's expanded the scope of the consideration of a pecuniary interest beyond just a meeting of a council or a committee or a local board. There are three types of pecuniary interest. There's direct, indirect, or deemed. I will speak about each one in turn, and I'll try to describe and help you to understand what's the difference between them. The pecuniary interest does not just equate to a profit, a revenue generation, something where a member can profit from it. It can also relate to something where you can lose some monetary, economic, financial value, for instance, in an asset. I'll give you an example. Consideration of a zoning bylaw amendment that would provide and put in place a landfill right next to your residential property. The potential there is that the landfill may have some adverse effects on the value of your property, could create a loss of value. That in itself is a pecuniary interest. And in fact, there's been a couple of cases that said, well, even if you leave the financial interest as it stands today, it may create a pecuniary interest because it may not go up or down, but it may just have the effect that it leaves it at its current level. Okay, so all of those things can be pecuniary interest. So I'll talk about each of them. The first one is the simple one, a direct interest. A direct pecuniary interest is one that unequivocally, explicitly has an impact directly on you because of your holding, your contract, something. It has an immediate potential impact on you. It was described in Rivet and Braid, again, another case from Georgian Bay that was a companion piece to Cooper and Wianco that I just showed you. The court said the term direct is not defined in the statute, but giving the word its plain and ordinary meaning, I find that it must refer to a situation in which the member could experience an immediate financial or economic impact that's not deviated and is traceable, and it can be positive or negative. Now, that's the easy one. This is the one where any one of you may have a potential contract, and somehow that contract comes up for council for some sort of approval or decision. And if you are possibly to venture in and gain or lose by virtue of that contract in your personal capacity, then you have a direct financial interest, direct pecuniary interest. Okay, that's the easy one. The one that really trips up people is an indirect interest. And I'm going to quote from O'Connor and White's really terrific book called Ontario Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, the handbook. I have the latest issue, the latest edition, but on my desk. This is the earlier 2017, but I keep the other one on my desk. It's well worth it because I refer to it almost daily. The authors say, Section 2 of the Act attributes to every member as an indirect pecuniary interest the pecuniary interest in a matter held by every described corporation, body, partner, or employer in which the member has a relationship described in the section. Now, I couldn't just fit on one slide the entire language, the wording of Section 2, so I've broken it down for you. Section 2 essentially goes to these points. Where a member is a director or a senior officer of a public or a private company, is a shareholder of a private company, or has more than 10%, that's the controlling interest of a public company, not 50% or 51%, just more than 10% in a public company, okay? If a member has any of those associations with a corporation, the financial interests of the corporation are imputed to the member, okay? The fourth one, if a member is a member of a body. Now, this is a really curious one, and it trips up council members all the time. So first of all, let me say this. The term member is defined in the statute. It's defined as a member of council, a member of the police service board, a member of the public libraries board, a member of a school board, blah, 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 and there's a whole list. So the word member is defined. But then Section 2 says, if a member is a member of a body. So clearly, the intent here, otherwise it would be an absurd reading, is that member should be used and applied, interpreted in its plain and ordinary meaning. So member, if you're a member of something, it means that you have some sort of affiliation, some sort of connection, some sort of nexus to the entity. And it says if you're a member of a body, the term body is not defined, but we have guidance from a case that went to the Ontario Court of Appeal that said the term body not defined. However, in order to accord the statute its proper meaning and application, we are to interpret the word body in its broadest possible connotation to attempt to capture all possible pecuniary interests and conflicts of interest. So that's how broad the term body is. Can it include a a charitable foundation? Yes. Can it include a nonprofit corporation? Yes. Can it include a community association, like a lake association, a ratepayer group? Yes. Can it include a local service club? Yes. Can it include a place of worship, whether it's a synagogue, a temple, a mosque, or a church? Yes. What do my words illustrate to you? It's to be given a broad interpretation. And I can't tell you how many members of council just don't plain understand that. You have to be extra careful, extra cautious when you're a member of any kind of a body, and that body may come in front of council asking for something that has some sort of financial impact, benefit to the body. For instance, you have a body, local service club, coming in front of council asking for relief, an exemption from the noise bylaw, because they would like to have a fireworks display on a date that's not typically permitted. Why? Because they want to do fundraising that evening. They want to run off fireworks. That potentially is a pecuniary interest to that charitable body, the service club. If you're a member of that service club, you can't vote on that. Let's say it's your charitable foundation, and they're coming in front of council asking for a grant. You're a member. You sit on the board of directors of this charitable foundation. You have to step away. You have to declare indirect pecuniary interest, and you cannot vote, you cannot participate, and you cannot seek to influence council. Why? Because that body, that charitable foundation, may be getting a grant from council, which is a financial interest, and you can't make that decision. You have to step away, and so on and so on. Okay, so that's the one that causes persons a lot of difficulty. Then, by the way, all of those first four are in Section 2A of the statute. Section 2B says that if you are a person or you're a member of a partnership or an employer, and the partner or partnership or employer is in front of council and they have a financial interest, well, it's attributed to you. It's imputed to you. So the point that I'm getting at, I'm going to go back one slide. Back one slide to Section 2, what O'Connor and White say. The financial interests of the corporation, the body, the partner, or the employer, their financial interest is imputed to be yours. It doesn't matter if you benefit in some way from it or not. The very fact that these entities, these bodies, corporations have a financial interest mean that it's attributed to you. Okay, so you have to be extra cautious with this. Now, when it talks about employment, I think employment, pretty broad there. It doesn't just mean employee as in master servant employment law, hard human resources. It could mean a contract for services. It doesn't have to necessarily be employment in the way that you normally think of perhaps your administration. It could be someone who has a contract. So again, very broad.
John?
Yes.
Are we allowed to ask some questions?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, I should have said that up front. You can ask me questions throughout. I'm happy to take them.
Okay, we have a couple of questions here. You're definitely, some of these things definitely spurred us on to ask these questions. So Councillor Evoy will ask first question.
Thank you through you, sir. Thanks, John. I have a couple of questions around the service club member of that body. So a couple of times you said you don't vote, and a couple of times you said you step out. Do we need to leave the room when the presentation is being made, or just if there's a vote, and do we just exclude ourselves from that vote?
Right. So I will get to this, but I'm going to answer the question now. So when I come to it after, I'll give it short shrift. Ontario is only one of two jurisdictions in all of Canada that when you declare a pecuniary interest, you don't have to leave an open council meeting. You can continue to sit in your seat, to hear the presentation, but you cannot participate in the discussion. You cannot vote, obviously, but you can't attempt to influence the voting in any way. The one exception in Ontario is you cannot, if you have a pecuniary interest, attend a closed meeting where there'll be a discussion of that. So, Councillor Evo, you're probably right. I probably misspoke a little bit when I said you have to excuse yourself. Maybe I should have just said recuse yourself from voting and participating.
That's fine.
But you are allowed to stay in the room. as long as it's an open meeting. If it's a closed meeting, you can't even attend the venue, the forum where the closed meeting is taking place.
Okay, thank you, John. Councillor McDonald has a question.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, John. You keep referencing, I'm not sure if it's case law there, Orangeville versus Dufferin County.
Yeah.
Can you explain the relevance there?
Sure. That is sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor McDonald. Yes, that's a really infamous case. And what happened there, there was an old rail or track that used to run through Dufferin County, predominantly through Orangeville. Orangeville wanted to sell that rail line. The rest of the county didn't want that. And there's weighted voting at Dufferin County, by the way. And so Orangeville, all they had to do was get one other member to vote with them, and they would hold a day, even though the predominant number of municipalities would vote against it. So what the lawyers for Orangeville schemed up, which was really interesting, what the lawyers for Dufferin County schemed up is, hold on, the members who sit on Orangeville council, who then act as ex officio members on Dufferin County Council, have a pecuniary interest because Orangeville has a pecuniary interest, so they have an indirect interest, and therefore they can't vote on the matter. So they tried to oust them from voting, and there was an application that was made to the court for a judicial determination of whether the council members who were members of Orangeville local council, town of Orangeville, could actually sit and make decisions as members of county council. So the first level court actually said, well, a municipality is a body. And yes, the act says what it says. It was appealed, and interestingly enough, on appeal, the court said that would make no sense in Ontario if you're talking about a two-tier government system where there are direct double representatives elected, and you have people on the local council who also make decisions on the upper tier council. So the Court of Appeal said, while we're giving it the broadest possible interpretation, because that's the reason they used the word body and didn't actually define it, we're supposed to read it narrowly when it comes to two-tier structures. So, Councillor McDonald, the reason I reference that is really just for the interpretation of body, to say that body, while it's undefined, the Court of Appeal has given guidance and said the term is to be given, again, as broad as possible interpretation. I think the wording is to attempt to capture all possible conflicts of interest.
Thank you. That's great. Thanks, John.
You can continue, John.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And please, Mr. Mayor, interrupt me if there's any other questions. I'm happy to answer them as we go through. Now, I'm getting to the third one, deemed interest. And I've put here the actual quotation, the whole section 3. It says, for the purposes of the Act, the pecuniary interest, whether it's direct or indirect, of a parent or the spouse or any child of the member, if it is known to the member, is deemed to be the interest of the member. So in this case, it says your spouse, your parent, and your child, and it doesn't matter if spouse is same-sex, common law. It doesn't matter if the child is a minor or an adult. If they and your parent has any kind of financial interest, whether it's direct or indirect, then it's deemed to be yours. I'll give you an example. Members of council, you may have one of your parents who reside in the municipality. They may be a member of a charitable foundation that's coming to you, coming to council, asking for something that's financial in nature. Like I said, a dispensation, an approval, something where there's a financial interest, a grant. Okay, if your parent has this association, right? And the body on which they're a member of has a financial interest. Then it's attributed to them as an indirect interest, and then it's deemed to be yours as a member of council. Okay? So again, this is something that you need to be aware of. Now, whoever brings this forward has to they have to prove that you knew about it, because the wording is if known to the member. And there's been a number of cases, including infamously the Hazel McCallion court conflict of interest case from, I think, 2016, where the allegation was she shouldn't have voted on a development charge freeze because her son had an equity interest in an entity that was proposing to develop the hotel and convention center complex and they would profit to the tune of tens of millions of dollars if there was a development charge freeze. And Hazel McCallion famously said, I don't know what my son does for a living. I don't know that he has an equity interest. And there was a bit of guffaw. I remember from the day reading about that in the paper. However, the court said it wasn't proven that she actually did know about her son's equity interest in this proponent of this development. Now, it came out later that she seemed to sort of know about all of this, but she feigned that she didn't. So here, you have to be really careful. If your parent, your child, or your spouse has a direct or an indirect interest, you have to recuse yourself, not participate. The one that you commonly get is your spouse may be employed by a body that comes before council and is seeking some sort of approval. In that case, you would be saying something to this effect: I declare a deemed indirect pecuniary interest because my spouse is employed by the applicant on item 10A. Okay, so it gets a little complicated. Probably, and your clerk will probably say, oh, I don't get those kind of complicated pecuniary interest declarations. But technically, that is how that fact situation is supposed to be translated into a declaration of a pecuniary interest. Okay, so again, a deemed interest can be a direct or an indirect interest of a spouse, child, or parent if it is known to the member. It's deemed to be yours. Whether you can profit from it or benefit from it or not be adversely impacted, it is still deemed to be your interest. So you have to be mindful of direct, indirect, and deemed pecuniary interests. Okay, so I've talked about the interest. I've talked about the general statute, a little bit about its intent. What are your duties? I'm going to run through the duties. The first one is the one that's really existed since Section 3 of the 1972 statute. If you're present at a meeting where a matter is considered and the matter for consideration affects your pecuniary interest, you shall, it's mandatory, not directory, it's mandatory. You shall disclose the interest and the general nature thereof prior to the consideration. That's why I stated the last one, the deemed indirect pecuniary interest, the way I did, because you're supposed to disclose the interest and the general nature. It's not good enough to say I have a conflict of interest. You're supposed to say why. And in fact, you're not declaring a conflict of interest, you're declaring a pecuniary interest. So you're supposed to identify what type of pecuniary interest. Okay, so the first one is positive. The next two are negative in nature. 5(1)(c) of the Act says you are not to take part in any discussion, nor are you supposed to vote. Okay, I mean, pretty commonsensical. The one that trips people up is C. You are not to attempt to influence the voting in any way before, during, or after the meeting. Now, there was a famous case from New Tecumseth from, I think, 6 years ago. Now, I'm the Integrity Commissioner from New Tecumseth. At the time, there wasn't the specific authority for integrity commissioners to provide advice to members of council. And I'll talk about that in just a moment. So one of the council members reached out to me and she said, John, I live in this community. It's right next door to the development. It's an adult retirement community. And I think we're going to be impacted. Do I have a pecuniary interest? And I said, I think you do. I think you do. However, I said, Counselor, I said, I think you're subject to an exception. And she said to me, yeah, I hear you, but I want to be extra cautious. I'm going to declare a pecuniary interest in any event. And I said to her, well, it's your decision to make, but you're not supposed to declare a pecuniary interest if you really don't believe you have one. Now, I understand about being cautious, but, I'm telling you, I think an exception applies. And she said, no, I'm going to declare a pecuniary interest. So she sounded like she was on the up and up, completely, totally on the up and up. But here's what happened. Just before the meeting, she went into the antechamber, and there was, I think, dinner provided. It was an evening meeting, and there was dinner. And there were two other council members. Now, she made the mistake of thinking that these were her friends. They were not. They were her frenemies, because what she said to them is, I'm going to declare a pecuniary interest on this matter, but I'd really like you to help me. Will you vote in favor of it? They went and told on her. So the matter went to court. The court actually said this. He said, Counselor, you know what? You are subject to an exception. So, your integrity commissioner had said this. He had given you some advice. It was gratuitous advice, but you didn't rely on it. Then what you did, though, is if that hadn't applied, you were offside the statute under section 5(1)(c) of the statute, because you went and spoke to your members of council on something that you declared a pecuniary interest on. So you attempted to influence the voting before it happened. You can't do that. So they said, but for the exception, you would have been held to have breached the act.
John, that spurred a question from Councillor McDonald.
Yes.
Through you, Mayor Waters. Just on that note, so it was three of them that had the conversation, right? You have your one that she was declaring pecuniary interest, but had the conversations. There was no clerk in attendance when they were having those conversations. So how is that conversation relevant? And how is it valid? Because really it could be hearsay.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor McDonald, there were affidavits. The two council members, the two frenemies, swore affidavits that this was the statement that was made. The member herself, the respondent, admitted to having told them that. It was an attempt to influence, clearly contrary to section 5(1)(c) of the statute. That happened before the meeting. Now, you brought up a good point. You said, well, there was three members there. The council, it wasn't a formal council meeting, but there was three members. You're allowed to meet with less than a quorum to discuss matters that are council matters, right? You are allowed to do that, except in this case, she wasn't allowed to try to influence the vote at all, because she then subsequently declared a pecuniary interest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll move on. So the first one, section 5, has been in there since 1972. The next one is what I call the Hazel McCallion Amendment, and that's 5.2. What Justice Cunningham found in the conflict of interest judicial inquiry back in 2011, 2012, is that Hazel McCallion did do what she said. She said, Justice Cunningham or Commissioner Cunningham, every time that I had to declare a pecuniary interest at a council or committee meeting, I did. He said, that's fine. But behind the scenes, you were pushing everybody's button. And he found that, in fact, that was the case. But that wasn't precluded by the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, but it was precluded by the common law. So the province made an amendment, and I call it the Hazel McCallion Amendment, which says where a member has a pecuniary interest in any matter that is being considered, not by council, not by a local board, or by a committee, but by an officer or employee of the municipality, the member is not permitted to use his or her office to influence any decision or recommendation that results from the employee's consideration of the matter. So this is the one, this is going to be interesting. What is using your office to do something, right? So I had a member this afternoon, not at your municipality, at another municipality, who's a bona fide registered planning consultant. And he asked me this question. He said, John, can I take on a planning case at the municipality? Can I act as their planning consultant in the municipality? He said, I know that I can't come in front of council and present on it, but I should be entitled to at least answer questions. And I know I can't negotiate with staff, but I certainly would be entitled to ask them questions. And I said, Councillor, I understand what you're saying. And I quoted him section 1.1, the principle, the fourth principle says, you know, he can have a profession. There's nothing wrong. But I said, you're treading on really, really thin ice here, right? Because what you're trying to do is walk a really careful thing here. So you say you can't negotiate with staff, but what if you go in and they all know that you're a council member? Now, you may refer to yourself as Mr. or Ms. X, not as Councillor X, but the staff know that you are a council member. What if you start asking questions? What if you start probing a little bit? What if you start really kind of querying things that staff are doing? Are you using the influence of your office? I don't know. That it hasn't been answered, but I said, you know, you're being really, really, you know, you have to be really cautious there because you're on thin ice. So I gave him advice and I said, you know, are you really going to be discharging your obligations to your client? A land use planner, a registered land use planner, can't just do and give an opinion just what their client wants them to do. A planner has a broader obligation. They have to act in the public interest. Okay. I said, I know that, and you can discharge the public interest in the advice that you give, but can you really do the job for your client if you can't present at council or even answer questions, or possibly go in and really speak to staff the way you're supposed to? So this is one, there's been no decisions from the courts on this, so we have no guidance. But I think this is going to be one of the areas where there's going to be a complaint to an integrity commissioner, and the integrity commissioner is going to say, you know what, you went in and you try to use the influence of your office to get staff to do something, and that's just plainly wrong. So I bet sometime, and I hazard to say this term of councils in Ontario, I think you might have a case that might go to the courts on this. There's been none thus far, and I always say to members, you know, I know you can ask an innocuous question, and you may think you're not imputing anything, but you don't know how it's inferred. Sorry, the other way around. Sorry, you may not infer anything, but you don't know how it's imputed by the person who receives it. They may be taking it, I got my walking order. I know exactly what they were telling me by asking me that question, right? So please be careful about this. If you have a pecuniary interest, try not to talk to staff about it at all, because you're going into talking about it might be an issue. So here's the self-assessment, again, from O'Connor and White's book. The question, do I or any party whose interest I am deemed to have stand to gain or lose arising out of the vote in question, or does the vote have the potential to affect my financial position, whether it goes up or down or neutral? If the answer is yes, then you have to comply with the obligations that I've just shown you under sections 5 and 5.2. Okay? Now, I've talked about your duties both at meetings and when staff are dealing with it. I'm going to talk about exceptions because you may have a pecuniary interest and the Act says, well, that's okay. You have a pecuniary interest, but there's an exception that applies. There are 11 exceptions. The first 9 are what O'Connor and White call self-explanatory and commonsensical, okay? There are 2 general exceptions, and those are the 2 that have generated the greatest number of judicial decisions because people seek to argue them all the time. So here are the first 5. Let me tell you, they are very specific. You might refer to B on the list, which is one that I felt would be applicable if the 2 members in my December report, and I'm going to point it out, if Councillor Jefferson or Mayor Waters did have pecuniary interest in the matter of the termite services, my view as an integrity commissioner, having looked at the law, felt that they could have still fallen within the confines of the exception under B, because they would be entitled to a service in common with other persons in the municipality. Okay, that's the way I thought commonsensically this was to be read. Okay, so the first 5 here that I've shown you are very specific. Okay, the next 4 are also quite specific. The last 2 that I put out in red are general. Sorry,
just there's a question for Councillor Evoy.
Yeah. Thank you to you, Mayor Waters. So I didn't bring this up at the time because I wasn't sure, but in regards to what Councillor Jefferson and Mayor Waters went through, if there were other people, because the area that was going to be dealt with from the I'm tired, from the termites would have included others of us, but they weren't brought up. Say that there was something that both Mayor Waters and Councillor Jefferson had to remove themselves. Say there were other councillors at this table that weren't named but were in the same position. What should or would they have happened in a future situation? We're in a small town. Almost anything that we do is going to be affected by at least 1 or more members.
Yeah, and that's through you, Mr. Mayor.
I didn't hear that.
And that's why you have to be aware of the obligations and possibly step away. This is true in any municipality, and I appreciate it's a smaller municipality. You're not geographically incredibly large, but yes, almost anything that comes forward could have the potential. That's why it's important for you to be aware of your obligations, because you may need to as I said before, step away from it. Now, Councillor Evoy, I also sense that there was almost another question that you were about to ask there. So I'm going to take a stab at it, but if I've gotten it wrong or you weren't going to ask the question, you can let me know. I thought you were going to actually say, there were 2 members that were named, but there might have been other members that ought to have been named because they would have been similarly situated. And that's part of the reason why I said, well, it's your own personal judgment on whether you have to declare a pecuniary interest or not. Now, someone who comes forward could name 2 members and saying they're offside, but doesn't name anybody else. Well, as an integrity commissioner, I'll tell you, we look at that. We only look at the members that are named. We don't go and start to try to figure out, do other members have it? I mean, someone can come forward and try to police it to whomever they want to be policed. Now, it wouldn't be a defense, I think, positive, for Mayor Waters or Councillor Jefferson to say, but him too, right? That's not a defense. That might be implicating somebody else, but it wouldn't be a defense to their actions. So it's like a bylaw enforcement matter. Someone can't claim, well, hold on, you're coming after me. Why didn't you go after him and him and him? They did it too. And that doesn't apply.
How do you know? Like, John, how do you know if, I didn't come forward because I had no idea that, even though it's not my house, it's a block, it's 2 houses down from my house where the line stops. How do you know if it, I wouldn't even have thought to check with integrity in something like this. So what if you truly don't ask because you truly don't know that it might be, Like, I would never have thought that 3 doors down where the line ended, that I might still somehow have something to do with it. Are you still considered guilty if you don't go forward?
Yeah. So again, through you, Mr. Mayor, great question. And I'll answer it this way. The courts have said you can't be willfully blind. You are expected to have read the statute. You are expected to understand the statute, to have read your agenda, and to make a determination. Now, there are some saving provisions, and I will get to them later, but there is inadvertence where you didn't turn your mind to it and you just didn't realize. But the courts have said, again, you can't be willfully blind. And there is one that's an honest error in judgment. You did turn your mind to it, but you misapplied it. And if you did it so reasonably, the courts have recognized that and have, in certain instances, including a client of mine who maybe ought to have been removed from council, but I was able to convince the court that he made an honest error in judgment. The court did not remove him, even though they found that he had breached the act. So it's really it's fraught with peril. It really is. So you have to be really diligent in reading your agendas, trying to figure out, do I have one, a pecuniary interest or a possible one, and what do I do about it? So you are helped, and I will get to that in a moment. You can reach out. I think one of your questions, though, was, Councillor Evoy, was, how do I didn't even consider this. Well, that's something that we would look at. Your defense might be, I just did never conceive that this would be the case. And we would have to look at the reasonableness of that determination. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Okay. So, sorry, I went to the next page. So there's a number of them. So I want to just go back for a moment. I'm going to retrace my steps, but I want to point to H on the screen here. So there's an exception. The exceptions apply if a member has a pecuniary interest, okay? That's when they apply. They don't apply if you don't have a pecuniary interest. So if you have a pecuniary interest, the exceptions may apply. H says, if the member is a director or senior officer of a municipal corporation or an appointee by council to a board, commission, or other body. So let me just go back for a moment to indirect pecuniary interest. So before I said to you, if you have an affiliation with a corporation, director, senior officer, you're a shareholder of a private company, or you're a member of a body, or you're a partner, or you're an employee. Okay, all of those things might trigger an indirect pecuniary interest. So flash forward to the exceptions. If council has appointed you to be a director of a municipal service corporation or Electricity Act corporation, or more likely, they've appointed you to be a member of another body, the Conservation Authority, or the Property Standards Committee, the Committee of Adjustment, name something else. If council has appointed you, then you are allowed to wear both hats. You can continue to make decisions on the matter that's before council or a committee, even though you may sit as a member of another body. I'll give you one example. You can probably think of many, and if you have any and you want to run them by me, please don't hesitate to ask. Council has appointed a member to be on the Conservation Authority, okay? As a member of the Conservation Authority, you get information from the Conservation Authority. And at the Conservation Authority, maybe what the Conservation Authority decides to do is we need to raise our rates because we cannot have a sufficient number of planners or engineers to allow us to do our work here. Whoever else, they may need to do their work. You're allowed to make that decision on behalf of the Conservation Authority as a member of that body. Let's say now it comes to council because they need the approval from council to increase the rates. you are entitled, even though you're a member of that body, the Conservation Authority, to still make a decision at council on that very same matter, but in the position of your council authority. Will you give the money to the Conservation Authority for this, the additional rates, right? So it's really interesting because you're wearing two hats there, and you have to be really careful. You may end up making what would look to the public as very contradictory decisions. Here's another example. You create a municipal service corporation under Section 103. You decide to appoint 1 or 2 members of council to the municipal service corporation. The municipal service corporation makes a decision that has a financial interest. They decide these are the rates that we have to charge going forward. Let's say they're providing water services or wastewater services. You may make a decision as a member of the board of directors of this municipal service corporation, you need to raise rates in that amount. But back at council's the shareholder of the municipal service corporation. You may make a very different decision. You may make a decision that you're not going to agree to raise the rates as the shareholder. The public will not understand that. But you have to understand that you may wear 2 different hats. So while the general rule is if you're a member of a body, you can't make any decisions at council, right? If you're a member of a body, but you've been appointed by council to that body or that corporation, you are entitled to sit there and make the decisions, okay? Again, really complicated. I is very interesting. I once had to go to court because the mayor of a municipality brought my client, one of his fellow members, to court saying that she should not have spoken on a matter on indemnification for a defamation claim. And I argued that I says any allowance, remuneration, salary, or benefit that the member may be entitled to by reason of being a member included the possible indemnification. The mayor argued, no. That means any general allowance, salary, remuneration. It doesn't mean a specific one that only she would be entitled to. The court did not agree with that, agreed with my determination that you have to read it broadly. It says any benefit, parsing the words, any benefit that a member may be entitled, not is entitled to, may be entitled to. She was entitled to the indemnification. She was entitled to speak to that matter, and it wasn't a pecuniary interest. Okay. Now, the last 2, I'm going to talk a little bit more detailed. They are the 2 that have generated the most judicial considerations, literally hundreds of cases. There is an exception for an interest in common with electors generally, and there is one for remote or insignificant interest. So, an interest in common with electors generally, I think I spoke about this a little bit at the report in December. It doesn't mean an interest in common with every single elector in the municipality. Why? Because there is a definition of the term, and it says where the matter under consideration affects only part of the area under jurisdiction, it means the pecuniary interest in common with electors within that part. So an interest in common does not always mean the entire municipality. The exception can apply to a class or an order of electors. So I told you earlier about the case that I had advised on from New Tecumseh. I said to the member in that case, you live in a retirement community of 1,400 people. I think you fall within the exception of an interest in common with electors generally because it only deals with 1,400 people. And the cases have said that's a reasonably large enough number of persons to be involved. Now, does it include 2 people? There's a case that says unequivocally it does not. Does not include 2 people. Does it include 1,400? Well, of course it does, because I told you it does. Does it include something in between? Probably. What's the number? It really depends on what you're talking about, right? So a recent case, Patry versus Elliott Lake said, the breadth of those who share the interest defines whether the exception applies. So it's the breadth of the interest, the people who share the interest. So that's what's interesting. So the pecuniary interest in common, it has to be the same as the order or class of other electors. The question that needs to be asked is the interest that's in common, is the difference in nature or kind, or is it a difference in degree? That's a question that you have to put to. Very hard, conceptually difficult questions. I'll give you an example. You have a matter at council. The matter at council deals with the improvement of a section of road in your municipality that could be 3 kilometers. Let's say in those 3 kilometers, there's 100 properties. They're all residential properties, okay? Would a member of council fall within an area, fall within the exception of an interest in common with electors generally? 100 properties, all residential properties going to be affected. Would the member fall within that? And could they vote on that matter, even though they might benefit from the road improvements, the street widenings or whatever? My answer is probably yes. The area would be large enough. And this is the kind of analysis that I made for the termite matter that you had to consider, because I said both Councillor Jefferson and Mayor Waters, I thought could fit within the exception to this, could fall within the confines of this exception. So what happens if within those 100 properties, every person on that stretch of road had frontage of 50 feet? But there was one property, the council member's property, that had frontage of 100 feet. Would that be something different in nature, or would it be a difference of degree? My view is it would be a difference in degree only. The member, while they might have to pay ultimately less of a road improvement or local improvement charge, maybe less taxes, or sorry, more taxes because it's a bigger area, still would fall within that class. So what would happen, just changing the facts just a little, same facts, except the member of council doesn't have 100 foot frontage. Let's say they still have 50 feet, but they're the only property that has a commercial designation, whereas everyone else has a residential. Now, would that be a difference in nature, kind, or a difference in degree? In one case, I argued that that was a difference in degree, and the court automatically said, no way, Mr. Mascarian, you're going to win on this one. That is the difference in nature. There's a difference between having a residential property and having a commercial property. Quite honestly, I'm not sure that I agree with the judge, but he's the judge, and that's what he said. I would have said that that was a difference in nature. He would have said, no, you're the only property that has a commercial designation, a commercial zoning. Everyone else has residential. You don't have the commonality like everyone else. Difficult questions, aren't they? Okay, now that's the exception under 4J. 4K is an exception for a remote or insignificant interest. So the question that you have to ask, and I can really do no better. I tried to explain it in the first bullet, but it's best written from Whiteley and Schnur, the case from 1999. The test is, would a reasonable elector, not a crazy crankpot, someone who's reasonable, who's objective, would a reasonable elector, considering all of the circumstances, not just cherry picking one item, be more likely than not to regard the interest of the counselor as likely to influence the counselor's action or decision? That's a really well-stated test. Would a reasonable elector, considering all of the facts, all of the circumstances, be more likely than not to consider that the member might be influenced. So you're bringing to bear a reasonableness standard here, not just someone who says, "Aha, I caught you here," right? You have to be reasonable in the determination. So why did they use the words remote or insignificant? They mean different things. Remoteness relates to the immediacy of the potential economic benefit or adverse impact. The value of the dollars at stake really don't matter. The Darcy and Mino case that I've cited here, it was only $300, and the court said, we don't really care that it's $300. That doesn't mean whether it's significant or remote. You were entitled to get that $300 if you voted in favor of this. The dollar amount is insignificant. In fact, Justice Hacklin in the Rob Ford case pretty much said the same thing. Rob Ford attempted to defend on this basis. He said, no. Significance goes to the dollar amount. And the court said, well, no, it doesn't. He said, but Your Honor, I'm made of millions. What's $3,150 to me? He actually had the audacity to say that in court. The $3,150 was the amount that he had solicited inappropriately, that the Integrity Commissioner had asked him to pay back and that he was being ordered to. And he did not recuse himself from speaking on the matter. He did. And the court said, well, first of all, that is a significant amount for any taxpayer in Ontario. But the court said, but significance doesn't relate to the dollar amount, because you could have even a relatively nominal amount. It's the importance of the matter to you. And Justice Hacklin said, Mayor Ford, I saw you give a prepared speech, impassioned speech for 2.5 minutes. This matter was of importance to you, so I can't say it's insignificant. You're not subject to it. And so willful blindness also came into play in that decision. It's a fundamentally important decision, one of the most interesting in the last 25 years of municipal law. Now, there's also, though, the Rob Ford amendment. So there was the Hazel McCallion, there's the Rob Ford exception. The courts said in both of the Rob Ford judicial decisions, the lower court and the appeal court, there was an inherent unfairness. Rob Ford should have been able to stand in front of the same council that was going to act as adjudicator and render a decision on his $3,150 penalty. And he should be entitled to stand in front of them and defend himself. That's a hallmark of our administrative law system. And yet, both courts said, it should be, but we can't read it into the legislation. It's just not an exception in Section 4. And so what the legislators decided to do is they put in a partial exemption. So, heaven forbid, should any of you ever find yourselves in front of your council and we have brought a report where we say you have been bad and you have breached the code of conduct and we're recommending a monetary penalty, you may recall, Integrity Commissioner may recommend a monetary penalty of up to 90 days suspension of pay. That's a financial interest that you have. It's a direct financial interest that a member of council may have. You are entitled to participate, make submissions on the recommendations to impose the penalty. Council members. What you can't do, though, is you can't vote. Okay, so that's why I call this only a partial exemption. It's not under Section 4, because if it had been, you would have been entitled to vote. The legislators thought it was sufficient here to allow the member to make submissions to influence council, but not to vote on the matter. Okay, so disclosure, when do you make it? It arises at the meeting at which the pecuniary interest is to be discussed. This arises when there is a decision to be made. So if you're just receiving something for information purposes, there can't be a pecuniary interest there because it's an information-only report. And there's been cases that have said a member does not have to declare a pecuniary interest on an information only. You have to disclose your interest and the general nature. If you're absent from a meeting, that doesn't excuse you. You're presumed to have read the agenda, and the next time you come back to council, you have to declare the pecuniary interest, even though it was in the last council meeting or the meeting before that you didn't attend, okay? You are now also required to provide a written statement of disclosure. It's a written statement, and it has to be filed at the meeting or as soon as possible thereafter. Don't wait weeks to file it. The clerk will probably try to hunt you down. Here is my best practice for you. If you know that you have a pecuniary interest and you know you need to declare it and you know you need to write it, why don't you write it out ahead of time? And when it comes time to declare the pecuniary interest, why don't you state exactly what's in your written statement? That way, someone then who comes and looks at the registry, oh yes, I will get to the registry, and they look to see, what did you say and what did you write? They will be aligned with one another. I know soon someone's going to make a complaint that a council member said one thing, but they wrote another. So try to make sure the two things are aligned. The registry, it is now a requirement for your clerk to keep a registry of every statement of disclosure and every declaration recorded in the minutes. You do keep one, and so your clerk is complying with the registry. Anyone can look at it and can find out what did you say at the beginning of the meeting, or even later if you didn't realize that you had a pecuniary interest at the beginning of the meeting. Sorry, this is something that I get asked often. I'm supposed to declare it early on because it's usually one of the first things on your agenda. The chair will ask, does anyone have any declarations of pecuniary interest? What happens if you don't do it then? Please do it before the discussion occurs. So why? Well, because you're supposed to do it before any discussion. But let's say you're not quite aware at the beginning about what's going to happen. Let's go back to my situation, my illustration. You have a matter where you're awarding a contract for road improvements, and you don't live in that area, right? Actually, let's go back to the question Councillor Evoy asked. You don't live in the termite area where there's going to be services provided, right? So you say, I'm not going to declare pecuniary, I'm not going to get any services. Why would I, right? But what happens if someone at the meeting says, you know what, I'm going to move a motion to amend the scope of that service. And instead of making it to the red areas, I'm going to say, let's increase it to all the blue areas. And you were outside of it. Now you're back into it. You have to be alive to that. And then what you do is you try to get the attention of the chair to say, I now need to declare a pecuniary interest on this because I may be captured within this area. So you may not even be able to vote on the amendment because that may impact you. Okay, so you have to be alive to your obligations. So all of the stuff that I've told you, you're probably shaking your head a little bit going, wow, this is really complicated. Well, one of the benefits of Bill 68 in 2018 that took effect on March the 1st, 2019 is you can now come to the Integrity Commissioner, and the Integrity Commissioner has express statutory authority to give you advice, not in general, very specific to your specific matter as to your obligations under the Act. This is one of the really great things about the statute and the amendments that were made. It says, you know what? Some of this stuff is complicated. We're going to provide a resource for you that you can go to the Integrity Commissioner, a neutral, impartial, objective, and presumably expert person who can give you advice that you maybe should follow. Now, I don't want to out you, Councillor Jefferson, but I already think I did. You actually came and asked advice with respect to the termite matter, and I gave you specific advice on that. That alone would have been, and I think I mentioned it, that alone would have been enough to get rid of the application that came in December. There were other reasons why I wrote the full report, so there would be full accountability and transparency to everybody on that. But you did ask me, and I said to you, I think the exception applies. I don't think that you have to declare a pecuniary interest in the matter. And I still hold by that advice. We can do that. Now, a couple things about the advice. The request must be made in writing. And what that means is you can't just say, hey, John, can I speak to you tomorrow at 3:00? That's not what the request in writing is. The request is for you to give me the background circumstances. Like, give me the details. Send me a link to the report that may be at council so that I know what it is that we're talking about. The request has to be in writing. And the advice that I give you has to be in writing. Now, I'm sure all of you will understand why that's the case. It's there for certainty. You give me the full background facts, all of the relevant facts that you may believe might be applicable. And believe me, if you haven't given me all the relevant facts, or at least what I think might be all the relevant facts, I'll come back and ask. I'll ask you for, can I see the letters of incorporation? The letters patent or the articles of incorporation of this business entity? What is your relationship under this contract for services, right? Does your spouse still work for this particular entity, right? All of those questions I may ask, right? Were you a council appointee to this body? One of the biggest ones that I ask now, right? So if you can give me all of the background facts, I will then go away, consider it, and then I write to you. And the reason being is you're entitled to rely on that advice. And I'll show you something in just a moment, right? And that's what we're supposed to do. Writing puts it certainty. It gives me an opportunity to not have to make a decision on the fly because you only have 10 minutes and that's all the conversation I'm going to get. And I've just been told a very complex fact situation. It's in writing. I can think about it. I can go to the report. I can read the report that's at council from staff or consultant and understand what the matter's about. Okay. By the way, a member cannot come and ask me about another member. The advice is only as to your own obligations. So please don't come and ask me about, I saw this the other night. I'm sure this council member has a pecuniary interest. I'm right. I can't give you advice on that. I can't give you advice on someone else's obligations. I can give them advice, but I can't give another council member or a resident. I can't tell you how many times residents or possible complainants come to me and say, hey, I want you to tell me that there is a breach here, because then I'll file the complaint. And I go, I can't do that, because they go, why? You're the integrity commissioner. You can make an assessment. I go, I can make an assessment on the basis of what you've told me, but that may not be all the pertinent circumstances. Here's one example. A council member declares a pecuniary interest at a meeting, tonight's meeting, on a matter. The matter is deferred to the next meeting. So the member declared a pecuniary interest on the matter now. The next meeting comes up and the member does not declare a pecuniary interest. Public goes, aha, got them. They declared a pecuniary interest there. They're supposed to declare it again each time it arises. They didn't. Got them. It's not that simple. Circumstances may have changed. For instance, the termite area. You might have had a pecuniary interest if the matter was to be voted on the week before because you actually lived in an area that might have been serviced. You may have sold that property. You may not be living there anymore. You may have no interest. Your spouse was employed by the entity that was coming forward asking council for something. Flash forward 2-3 weeks, 2 months, your spouse may no longer be employed by that very person. So what looks like an apparent clear conflict of interest, a pecuniary interest, might not be until you look at everything. So I can only give advice to members of council on their own obligations because they are supposed to be able to give me all the relevant facts. Okay? So that's the advice giving function. I'm going to run through one more time your obligations. I'm going to go through fast because I've been spending a lot of time already, but just so you know them. Members' obligations. Disclosure. Section 5.1a. Member must disclose any direct, indirect, or deemed pecuniary interest prior to the consideration of the matter, right? Disclosure should include the two components: identify the type of pecuniary interest and describe sufficient facts to provide some context so someone can understand reasonably why you're declaring a pecuniary interest, okay? Cannot participate, cannot vote, okay? 3, do not attempt to influence the voting in any way before, during, or after the meeting. Some people say to me, but the vote's already happened. How can I not do something after? What if a member wants to bring forward a motion for reconsideration, right? Before, during, or after. No attempt to influence, right? So sometimes I say to members, you know what? You can stay in an open meeting. You don't have to recuse yourself from or absent yourself. Maybe it's a good idea that you don't attend the open meeting, because anything that you do, heavy sigh, roll of the eyes, thumbs up or down, can be seen as an attempt to influence the voting. And if you think there's been no cases on that, yes, there has. There was a case where a member made some sort of signal before leaving the room. I think it was a throat slash, after they declared a pecuniary interest, and there was 2 days of cross-examination questions to people. What did that mean? What did you take it to mean? So be careful of the influence. This is the one I mentioned before on an earlier question. Ontario, only one of 2 jurisdictions, you do not have to leave an open meeting, but you cannot attend a closed meeting if you have a pecuniary interest. As I said, my best practice is remove yourself as well from an open meeting if you can. If it's virtual, it's easy. You just blank the screen, right? No one can see what you're doing. You can still listen, you can still watch, but no one's seeing what you're doing, and of course you're not speaking, right? Good practice. File a written statement at the meeting or as soon as possible thereafter with the clerk, or if it's a local board, with the committee secretary. And the Hazel-McCallion Amendment: do not attempt to influence any staff members as to any recommendation or decision. I want to talk about quorum very briefly. Quorum under Section 237 of the Municipal Act: a majority of members of council constitute a quorum. Except that, what happens if a number of people declare pecuniary interest and it takes you below the quorum number? Well, it's recalibrated under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. The Act itself recognizes that there may be members who declare pecuniary interest. Again, going back to the termite matter, there may be more than one member that declares the pecuniary interest. There may be enough that takes you below majority, right? You can go down to 2 members. You can't go to 1 or 0. That's a problem. Last term of council, for the first time ever in my career, I had to go to court because I had 8 out of the 9 members of the city of Vaughan declare pecuniary interest because they were being sued for $210 million. They all declared pecuniary interest. That left 1 member standing. And there had been an offer to settle. Who was I going to go to for instructions? The court understood my conundrum and said, but Mr. Mascarin, if I grant you this exception, because I'm allowed to ask for it, there is something, you can go to court and ask the court to give you special dispensation. The court said, but what's to make sure that a member of council will, or members of council will not leave the ratepayers holding the bag on this, because now I'm letting them vote. And I said, Your Honor, when a member is disabled, and he said, you're right. When someone's disabled and they're named in the lawsuit, you have to go to court for approval. So he says, are you asking me to remain seized of the matter and you have to come in front of me for any approval going forward? And I said, yes. And he said, exemption granted. So he granted an exception. He let the eight members of council who were being sued for $210 million be able to make decisions. Ultimately, we went to the court. The court said, yep, that's a reasonable determination. And we actually got the matter dismissed with costs, again, by the other side. So the law always used to be for 48 years, The only way that anyone could challenge a member of council if they thought that they had breached the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act by voting, participating, not declaring, influencing, was for an elector, so a person who's eligible to vote, to go to court and pay on their own dime to bring an application in front of a judge. That's all changed. Now, an applicant can be an elector, a person, quote, demonstrably acting in the public interest. We don't really know what that is because there's been no judicial consideration of this, and it's not a defined term. My view, it's kind of akin to a public interest litigant, but if they wanted to say public interest litigant with the tests, they would have said so, and they didn't. They said a person demonstrably acting in the public interest. Interestingly enough, the first reading version of Bill 68 wanted to just put the words a person, and AMO said no. It's giving too much authority to integrity commissioners. Interesting. And look at the last person who could bring an application, a municipal integrity commissioner. What? How does this happen? Yeah. The application period is 6 weeks when it's discovered, when the person ought to have known of the alleged contravention. The test from Hervey and Morris is, did the person have a reasonable subjective belief at a certain time? That's when the clock starts to tick. 6 weeks. It's a short fuse limitation. It's come under a lot of criticism for being, a short fuse limitation, only 6 weeks. The onus is on the applicant to establish that they satisfy the criteria for the application if they bring it outside of the 6 week period. I can't tell you how many we've received as integrity commissioner where it's outside of the 6 week period and the person files their materials and doesn't attempt to explain how come they're outside the 6 week period. McDonald and Ford, yes, the same Fords said the onus is on the applicant, so it has to actually find its way into the application. The ultimate limitation period is 6 years. There was a case last term, Mayor Hewitt from Haldimand County. The allegations, I think there were 8 of them. 7 of them were outside of the 6 year period, and they were all dismissed. And the last one was dismissed because it just didn't have any veracity. So even though you may have only discovered it within the last 6 weeks, if that still puts you outside of 6 years from when the matter happened, well, you're out of luck. It applies to members and former members. A code of conduct, in distinction, only applies to members, not former members. So you can only penalize, potentially, a current member of council. Under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, a former member may be found to have contravened the act, and an application can be brought. And I'll tell you why in just a moment. As I said, the integrity commissioner has a role. A person, an elector, or a person demonstrably acting in the public interest can bring an application to the integrity commissioner. We conduct an inquiry, and we generally proceed, as we do for a code of conduct. We give notice to the member, and we give an opportunity for them to explain, and then we give that explanation, those submissions, to the applicant, who then has an opportunity to reply. Typically, we do that. In this case, an applicant equals an elector, a person demonstrably acting in the public interest. Our inquiry can take up to 180 days. The reason being is some of these are complicated. You may need to unearth a lot of evidence. And so there's 180 days to do this. There have been integrity commissioners that have taken more than 180 days. I would think that their report would be statute barred at that time, but the courts haven't decided on that. Okay, here's the big difference. At the end of the inquiry, the integrity commissioner has a decision to make. Yep, you heard that right. The integrity commissioner makes a decision, and the decision is, do I go to court and try to get a judicial determination of a breach of the act and a penalty, or do I not go to court? It's not council's decision. In the code of conduct scenario, the integrity commissioner comes to council and says, here's my report, here's what I found, and here are my recommendations. Council, it's up to you now. You make the decision on whether to impose any penalties or not, or any remedial measures. That's not the way this works. In this case, council doesn't have a decision to make. Council gets the report, it's for information purposes only, and the integrity commissioner says, I'm going to court on this one, or the integrity commissioner says, I'm not going to court. The integrity commissioner may decide to go to court if there's a contravention. The integrity commissioner may also decide, I'm not going to court if there's a contravention. Why? The contravention may be trivial. It may be a real contravention, but it may be trivial. Or the integrity commissioner feels, and we've done this, a number of other integrity commissioners have done it, there is no real benefit to going to court. The court likely will not impose a significant penalty, and there's additional costs that the municipality may have to bear, and that's the last bullet on the slide. The municipality is responsible for all costs related to the application, okay? So the integrity commissioner will often look at, is there a contravention? Okay, if there's no contravention, the integrity commissioner has determined there's no contravention, we're not going to court, okay? But if there is a contravention, the integrity commissioner will go, is there a benefit to incurring additional cost, expense, and a lot of emotional turmoil for the persons involved? Do we do that, or do we stand down? And in some instances, the integrity commissioner has gone to court. In some instances, the integrity commissioners have not, even though the integrity commissioner made a determination at the end of the day that there was a contravention. Now, does council have any say in this? Unequivocally not. Council cannot direct the integrity commissioner to go to court or not go to court. This has been litigated. It was up in Elliott Lake. I acted on behalf of the city of Elliott Lake. It's very clear. Council has no authority on this. The decision here is only the integrity commissioner's decision. So why is this so important? It's because of the penalties. So remember back to the code of conduct. What penalties can be imposed? A reprimand or a suspension of pay for up to 90 days. What can be imposed as a penalty for the contravention of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Well, those two are still in there, but a member can also be removed from office, can be disqualified for up to 7 years, and if they have gotten any restitution, if they've gotten any financial benefit, they have to pay restitution back. Those are significant penalties. Name me another statute where you can be removed from council for having breached. Yes, okay, the Municipal Act, Section 432, 423, and 424. Yes, the Municipal Elections Act. Name me another one. There isn't, right? This is pretty significant. So, what will a judge consider if there's an application to the court? The judge, oh, by the way, I should go back. The judge may impose any or all of these penalties. Any or all. It used to be that the removal from office was automatic, and many courts said that's draconian, that's a sledgehammer. It can't be automatic. There has to be some discretion. So while the legislation has expanded the penalties, it says that the judge has discretion to impose any or all of them, or none of them. In exercising his or her discretion and to impose a penalty, a judge may consider these things. Did the member take all reasonable precautions? 2, did the member disclose the pecuniary interest, all relevant facts known to him or her, to the integrity commissioner in a request for advice, and then acted in accordance? What the section's trying to tell you here is, if you ask me for advice and I give you advice and you follow it, you can't be held liable for that. I may have made a bad decision. I may have given you terrible advice, but that's my fault. You will likely be safe. And then C are 2 that used to be called the saving provisions. So if the member had been found to have contravened the act, the member would not be automatically disqualified if they had committed their breach through inadvertence, and it has to be pure inadvertence. It can't be willful blindness, right? And they could also be saved if they committed a bona fide error in judgment. They turned their mind to it, but they didn't apply some sort of wacky reasoning. They just didn't quite get it right. The court will look at all of these things, okay?
John, I just have a procedural thing to do here. I have to extend our meeting.
Oh,
as
sorry, Mr. Mayor.
we're getting into the, so that the Council Township of Centre Wellington, in accordance with section 7.7A of Procedure Bylaw 2021-31, having reached the 3-hour maximum for a council meeting, hereby extend the meeting curfew by 1 hour to 10. Do I have a mover for that?
We all raise.
You can see all the excitement here, John. Councillor Adams, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald, all those in favor? It was unanimous, John. So
okay.
So I'll hand it back. I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. By the way, I really do only have maybe about another 10 minutes of my presentation, but then I'm happy to stay for questions. So penalties, you can see what the judge will consider. Here's what's fascinating. In the whole history, the whole 52 years of, well, let's go back to the first 47 years where integrity commissioners were not involved. Okay, there had been at most a handful of removals of members from office for having breached the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. So over 47 years, there had been, I think by my count, something like 8 or 9 members that were actually removed from office. The most notorious being Rob Ford from the city of Toronto, even though the court gave him the opportunity for a stay, which he applied for immediately and received. And then, as you recall, on the divisional court's appeal, the divisional court made one of the worst decisions that I've ever seen, and I've gone on record to say that, to indicate that he did not have a pecuniary interest. The 3 most recent decisions where the integrity commissioner has brought a member to court for having breached the MCIA have resulted in the member being removed from office. So my takeaway, integrity commissioners know what they're doing. If they go to court, they're going to it on serious matters. The first one, I'm just going to talk very briefly about all 3. Full disclosure, my firm had involvement in both the second and third ones, and I'll explain. No involvement in the Budrek decision from the townships of BLR. Councillor Budrek was a first-time member of council. She was a law clerk, a paralegal, sorry. She was a paralegal. Here's what happened. There was an open fire ban in the municipality. 3 strikes and you got a... Her son got 2 cautions. Police department attended his property. He was having open fires. The 3rd time they said, I'm sorry, we're going to charge you for our service call, $1,666. Councillor Budrek was paralegal. She decided to argue her son's case in front of council. This is after she declared a pecuniary interest. So she attempted to influence council. She got ultimately the fee, the service call, reduced from $1,666 to $325. Went to court. Councillor Budrek, you cannot do this. This is a clear breach of your obligations under Section 5. You're removed from office. She attempted to get a stay. That means that put that on hold. Let me remain in office while we await the hearing in front of the divisional court. The court said, we're not even granting you a stay here. On appeal, she lost on all counts. The court said, you can't do this. You can't do this. It's contrary to the act. You're removed from office. Okay. Second case, My firm acted on behalf of the integrity commissioner in this case. Here are the facts. Espanola, a small little town, Councillor Maureen Van Alstyne, a very bad council member, felt that she knew better than everyone. She would berate staff in public. She would reduce them to tears. She caused the CAO, the clerk, the deputy clerk, and the treasurer all to resign because of her actions. 2 reports to the integrity commissioner that she was harassing staff, bullying, intimidating staff, and 2 reports saying you breached the code of conduct and I'm recommending a penalty. You breached the code of conduct again and I'm recommending a higher penalty. Council imposed those, okay? She was told both times, Councillor Butterack, you're allowed to speak to the matter, you're allowed to participate in the matter, you cannot vote. She didn't vote. Flash forward, 3rd time, the mayor files a complaint against her. Councillor Butterack at this point, Councillor Van Alstyne at this point says, you know, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor, you're picking on me, and you know what? You're conspiring with the IC. So she did not declare a pecuniary interest. So when it came time to vote, the chair called out her name because she hadn't declared a pecuniary interest. What did she do? She voted. This was a big finger to the integrity commissioner, the mayor, and quite honestly, to the residents. She can't vote. She knows she can't vote. The integrity commissioner called me and said, John, we're going to court. I started the case, and she got a number of lawyers, kept dragging her heels, dragging the puck. My partner and one of my colleagues then got involved, and this ended up going to court, and she was found to have breached the act egregiously, and the court removed her from office. Also awarded $60,000 in costs against her. And lesson to everyone, municipality, you can ask your clerk about this. Most municipalities buy insurance for conflict of interest court applications. Those insurance riders typically say, we will pay you up to $100,000 of your legal fees to defend yourself. And we will pay that if you have been found not to have contravened the act. She didn't get any remuneration, any indemnification, because the insurance policy would not pay out. That's specifically stated in Section 14 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Municipality may buy insurance, but only to protect a member if they found not to have contravened the act. Last one, you probably have heard about this one, notorious case, Elliott Lake versus Patry. Again, my firm was involved. Councillor Patry had voted on a matter to relocate a sports and entertainment hub that would be taxpayer funded from the preferred location that council had already voted on to a location that was right outside of his commercial mall, his commercial retail mall. Evidence was that he was in a zone of convenience. People who would attend that sports and entertainment complex would be more than likely to attend at the mall because it was right there. He voted on this. He was found to have contravened the statute, right? Couldn't do this. He was found to not have any exceptions apply, okay? All that is great, except that it took 17 months for the court to make a decision on that one. The courts are generally supposed to make decisions within 6 months. 17 months it took. Interestingly enough, before the decision was rendered, Councillor Patry became Mayor Patry, and then he was removed from council on January the 9th of 2023, after having been sworn into council less than 6 weeks before. He argued, well, you could only remove the councillor. You could not remove me because I'm mayor now. And the court said that's an outrageous determination. One of the other arguments that he made was that the integrity commissioner had not been properly appointed. That's why I was involved in the case, because that was a key material municipal interest. So while I wasn't the integrity commissioner and while I wasn't legal counsel to Councillor or Mayor Patry, Mr. Patry now, I was the municipality had an interest. They wanted to make sure that the integrity commissioner was properly appointed. We successfully argued that not only was the integrity commissioner properly appointed, but even if the integrity commissioner had not been appointed properly, the council had retroactively appointed the integrity commissioner after the fact to the date of the start of the investigation. And the court said that is permitted by law. Because why? There is nothing that says you can't have a retroactive application. And as long as council does it expressly, they're entitled to do so. Councillor Patry was removed from office, over $100,000 of costs and no insurance that would cover any of that cost. He's now no longer the mayor. The acting mayor who went into place was recently appointed, and now there's a vacancy on council that they'll fill. I think by appointment. Oh, by the way, Mr. Patry was also disqualified from council for 2 years. I think the court put that in because they thought, what's going to happen if council just reappoints him? That would be a really bad situation. So he was actually disqualified as well. So what's the consequence of a contravention? Member votes. Let's say it's a 4-3 vote, and the member shouldn't have voted. The person who was the fourth member shouldn't have voted. There is no voided decision. The decision is voidable if council would like to void it, but only if council wants to void it, and council can only do that within 2 years. It's not a void decision. It's only if council wants to void it. So that's the difference between void and voidable. So is there a right to appeal? You betcha. Section 11 contains a restrictive as of right appeal to the Ontario Divisional Court. The appeal is from any order that is made. So I'm going to go back. Hope you don't mind. Here are the penalties. If there's a finding of contravention, the court may make an order to impose any or all of these penalties. So if the court has found that there's been a contravention and there's been an order to impose even a reprimand, there is a right to appeal. So, question, what happens if the court finds that there has been no contravention? There is no right to appeal. The integrity commissioner, the applicant, the person demonstrably acting in the public interest cannot appeal. There's only one kick at the can, and that's to the divisional court. Why? Section 11 says the divisional court may make a decision. So your appeal does not go from the Ontario Superior Court of Justice to the Ontario Court of Appeal. It goes to the divisional court, 3-judge panel. And look at this. They may make any decision that ought to have been pronounced, and their decision is final. 3 times members have attempted to go to the Court of Appeal, saying it's the highest court in Ontario. The rules of civil procedure appear to say you can go to the Court of Appeal. And the court has said, what don't you understand about final means final? It actually does mean final. There's no right to appeal. Okay? So there's narrow right to appeal a decision. And it's only to the divisional court. You cannot go to the Ontario Court of Appeal. Mr. Mayor, members of council, I've come to my conclusion, and here it is, the big takeaway. Each conflict of interest case must largely stand on its own facts. That means you may read a case, and I get this all the time. I don't get it, John. This case, sorry, the lights have just gone off in my office here. I'm glad I have a halo light on me. The members say this, John, I read this case, and the facts are almost exactly the same as this case. And in this case, they threw the book at the person. They removed them from office. They disqualified them. And in this case, they didn't even find there was a breach of pecuniary interest or a breach of the act by having a pecuniary interest. And my answer is, yeah, the facts are almost the same. And I go back to Green and Borns, and I quote it again. each conflict of interest case must largely stand on its own facts because they're very nuanced, very complicated, and that's the only way that you can make the decision. And many decisions have been very fact-specific on the ultimate decision and very fact-driven. So my conclusions, conflict of interest is not what the public thinks it is. That's why I wanted to spend a little bit of time in December when I was trying to explain the two reports. The public just thinks you have some sort of apparent or perceived conflict of interest under the MCIA, and you don't. It's only pecuniary interest. That's the key. There is a positive personal duty on members to declare, and then a negative duty to refrain from acting. So no participation, no voting, no attempting to influence. There are a large number of exceptions, including one a partial exemption. There are very significant sanctions, including removal from office and disqualification. There are some saving provisions, and the one that I told you that is really good is if you ask me for advice, and I gave you written advice, and you followed it, I think any court would say, just like they used to do in the old days when someone would say, but I got a legal opinion, court would say they got a legal opinion. It's the lawyer's fault. Finally, I think I've said this too many times already, abundant and at times very contradictory or seemingly contradictory judicial pronouncements. So be aware. The good thing about all of this, Mr. Mayor, is you can come to me for advice. I can give specific confidential advice to members on their obligations in writing. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to now stop sharing my screen. I hope I have now. And I'd be pleased to take any questions that any members may have.
Thank you, John. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. John, you as the Integrity Commissioner, our clerk is probably not privy to the complainant and the application. Do you disclose those under an FOI?
You can't. There is a specific carve out in the Municipal Act, section 223.5 sub 3. No one can file an FOI because the records of the Integrity Commissioner are not in the custody or control of the municipality. So, and if I have given information to the clerk, for instance, to verify certain things, I'll give you an example. I had to verify the addresses of Councillor Jefferson and Mayor Waters because I didn't know what they were, and I was told they were one thing, but they actually weren't. So I asked the clerk. That information she is not entitled to disclose. She has to keep all that information. You can appreciate, Councillor McDonald, sometimes I may have to have a liaison at the municipality, whether it's the CAO, the planning director, the treasurer. They're under a duty of confidentiality the same way that I am, or anyone that works for me on the file.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments, questions from council? I see a lot of tired eyes here, John. Yeah. And then we still have a bit of a meeting to go here. I really appreciate your input tonight. You do provide really tremendous insight, and I love your examples, and I like how you also weave in the funny aspects of it as well. So I think that's very important to keeping us all engaged. So I really appreciate that. So again, thank you for this. I know we've had a few hours now on this and our previous. Appreciate that. And we look forward to talking to you again.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you for your patience. You have given me a lot of time, a lot of opportunity to help you. The really nice thing is this is live, and this fulfills my public education aspect, which is one of the functions of my office. So I thank you very much for your forbearance this evening, your patience, and for the opportunity to present in front of you. It is my pleasure to be your Integrity Commissioner, and I look forward to working with you, staff, and everyone for this term. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you again, John, and we'll talk to you soon. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. So would you like just a 5 minute or yeah. So let's break for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll finish off the meeting. Okay. Okay, thank you. We're back. We're at item 13, bylaws. A bylaw 2024-04, a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a memorandum of agreement between the corporation of the Township of Centre Wellington and the Grand River Conservation Authority. Bylaw 2024-05, a bylaw to permanently close a road allowance known as Francis Lane, registered Plan 181, Elora in the Township of Centre Wellington in the County of Wellington. There's a recommendation that bylaws 2024-04 and 2024-05 be read a first, second, and third time and pass, signed by the mayor and clerk, and the corporate seal affixed. Do we have a mover for that? Oh, Councillor Jefferson. Yes. Seconder on that, Councillor Adams. I guess any questions, comments? No. All those in favor? So moved. Okay, now we're in, this is not pertaining to it, but this is additional notice of motions, right? 14? Or
if there were
any more, yeah. Okay, no, we don't have any. Thank you. And now we're going motions where notice have been given January 15, 2024. We'll proceed with the proposed notice of by members of council. I will step down from the chair and ask Deputy Mayor Welton to assume the chair. Okay, I've got a few things to. Thank you.
Okay, we are at 15. Oh, I'm getting Sean's notes in red. Do not read the red stuff. Where'd the 15.1 go though, the black part? Or the actual?
I think it'll be above it. There is nothing in black for 15. It's just the notice of motion, Mayor Waters.
Mayor Waters.
Yeah. So.
Oh, okay. Then I won't have the recommendation.
But I do.
I have it here. I couldn't get it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So we'll just go to notice of motion from Mayor Waters of Bellwood Childcare. And I would ask Mayor Waters, do you want to speak to this motion?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Welton. It's probably just, it's pretty succinct, so I'll just read it. It's probably easier that way. That the Council of Township of Centre Wellington directs staff to investigate and work towards supporting the development of a child care facility, class recreational space to be located in Bellwood. This includes the collaboration, coordination between other levels of government and community partners, and that the investigation will include the identification of a site, planning issues, construction, logistics, financial implication, facility management, a public process including input from the Bellwood Advisory Committee would be also form part of this planning process, and that staff be instructed to bring back a report to council at the June 24th meeting, providing background information and details to facilitate the next phase of this potential development. I could speak a little bit more to it, or you could ask, or I assume you can ask no questions, or yep. Yep. So we'll just I'll just explain sort of the rationale for this is that there was an opportunity between a development application in our community, potential because from the council position, the possibility of finding a particular property in Bellwood, and then the collaboration with the county government in terms of potentially running this facility. So collaboration was looked at, and each of the groups were talked at a staff level in terms of this, and And so the potential to have a facility like this, as we know, we need all types of facilities in our community, especially growing, whether it be schools, childcare, all that kind of stuff. We need when someone asks me, what do we need everything. And so there was an opportunity potentially for the collaboration of these three entities to come in, help develop a facility. It was identified Bellwood because it is part of Central Wellington. Again, like other parts of the community, in some ways it's underserved by facilities. There hasn't been a physical facility built in Bellwood in a very long time. And so the opportunity to have something like this in the community was seen as a good thing. And we also understand that there's a broader need for this. It's just not just a one facility in Bellwood, but we need it in other parts of our community. So it's a bigger story, but we have to start somewhere. So anyways, I think there's a real good opportunity to have something like this move forward with obviously with the hopeful support of council. And I think it's something that would be tremendous for our community and tremendous for Bellwood. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. At this point, I'll ask council if they have questions, and then we'll have that discussion now. So I have a question from Councillor Evoy. Councillor,
thank you through you, Chair. Sir, while I totally appreciate this motion and the nature the place from which it comes. And of course, as someone who works with youth myself every day, I completely appreciate the need for this. After speaking to staff, I do understand that there's very little capacity and that the resource band for taking on this project that isn't in our current business plan could be a bit of a strain. And so I guess what I'm wondering is, one, have we checked in with the staff? Have you checked in with the staff? And two, this might, speaking to the mayor in this moment, this and my colleagues, this might be a good moment for us to remember the value of adaptability and malleability that I spoke to earlier tonight, and make sure that when we create our plan that we do have space to shift things to a lower priority for emergent items such as this. I'm just wanting to make sure that we have in fact addressed the staff bandwidth or resource bandwidth.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy. I placed sort of the timing. I had discussed with some of the staff on the timing. The timing, it could be extended in terms of, I could see we could make it later. I think the opportunity, these things don't fall in your lap very often. To have something like this, it's very unusual. In my 25 years of being in council, I've not really seen something like this kind of fall into place like this. And especially the opportunity to work with three different entities on this. These things, as we know, are becoming prohibitively costly for one level of government or groups to deal with. And where you have the potential of three groups coming together to work on something which would be a legacy for our community, it's in my mind special. So I'd be open if with further discussion. Like really what I'm looking for is support on this. And I'd be open for discussion in terms of further discussion with staff in terms of the timing. I just know that the opportunity to sort of when this would potentially get built would be technically in 2025. So my fear was I wouldn't want to miss those timelines. So.
With one follow-up, thank you through the chair. I think I hear you and I respect that a lot. I'm not sure that everyone is aware of the goodness. You said this doesn't fall into our lap list. I wonder if you can extrapolate a little bit on that item just for the minutes, and also explain how we would go about maybe not postponing it, getting it started, and working with the team to make sure we've got this resource.
Thank you for the question. Really, it started from, it started back when I was running for council, and I had going to doors and knocking on people's, and a lot of people were going, Sean, I understand your thing and the growth and all that stuff, But, part of infrastructure is our schools and our childcares and transportation routes and all these things. We'll have lots of people here, but if we don't have these other elements, it's not a complete community, and that actually really registered in my mind that way. And it's not that I didn't take that into account. The opportunity of this was we had a chance to talk with a development a group in Bellwood, which we're all familiar with. And they wanted to provide something for the community, in particular Bellwood, because this is where their development is being looked at. And we had the opportunity to go and look at some facilities that they had created, worked with neighboring municipalities. And this came up in terms of had you looked at ever building a childcare center. It's one thing for an entity, a group like a development community to build a childcare, but there's other pieces. You have to have the property. You have to have an operator, and you got to have someone, may place the financial resources into building this. So it's a combination of three groups potentially coming together. And really what this notice of motion is sort of to just build on that. It'll still be baby steps. It's not a given this is absolutely going to happen. But if we don't, I think there's a real opportunity here. And I think it's worthy of taking these baby steps and to see where we can go with this. And I think the ultimate opportunity here is to really create a facility like this in Bellwood, which I think would be an example for other rural communities of how to do this type of thing. And also the ability to bring groups together like this. I think further for a lot of our development opportunities, they're going to have to be looking at partnerships, both at the federal, provincial, developers, all that's going to have to be part of this if we're going to have to, and because with this tremendous challenge to grow this community, we're going to need that type of assistance.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I kind of have a couple questions. Do we have any commitment or a letter of intent or a proposal in writing from the community partners with what they're willing to offer? And then from the other levels of government, anything in writing that's kind of giving us guidance of what their appetite for the project is? And just kind of based on your answer, then I might have another question.
There right now are there, I'll call it three, well, there's probably four. There's three key stakeholders in terms of the potential the property owner, potential operator, and builder of the site. I've had verbals with all of them. There's a strong interest on all three. Like, we don't have anything assigned that way because I didn't want to get ahead of myself. But part of the due diligence that I did was talk to those three groups. Are you interested? Yes. Are you interested? Yes. Are you interested? Yes. I individually talked to you, council, on this as well, because it was part of the process. And I did go to the committee and to Councillor Wilton's encouragement. I did speak to Bellwood committee on this, and it appeared to me it was well received. The fourth group is going to be part of the community as well. So it's initiation of an idea that has some, in my mind, has some legs, and for it to sort of kind of develop, it needs us to do that good push. And so there's definitely a process here, and it may change along the way because there'll be a community input. Obviously, there'll be council input. There'll be township develop, but there seems to be a lot of head nodding in a good way, and we know that head nodding because sometimes I ask you, "Are you willing to look at this? Can we sort of try to move this ahead?" And this is really what it is. But I honestly feel that it has legs, and I think it could very well happen. But it all starts here.
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, do you have a follow-up? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Then kind of based on that information, then I was just wanting, with the notice of motion itself, with the motion, the center section of it with the investigation and all the particulars that fall within that, I think that part is, like, I think we should do the first part and see about the collaboration and coordination and see if we can get financial commitments or proposals or criteria, things in writing from what we're going to get, because I wouldn't want to send out our staff at cost to taxpayers in township to do a lot of the legwork and then to find out that we're kind of running down the wrong path with it. Because if we don't have something that's like a proposal and an expectation and the appetite of the community partners, I would like it in writing just to see, because contributing to building a daycare facility and building a daycare facility, the cost is quite large in the difference between what we might be thinking of and what expectations become. So I would like to see what the appetite of everybody is, but actually have it maybe in writing and commitments made by everybody before we start having our staff doing all the legwork. That's thoughts.
Okay. Yeah. So part of the reason I wrote the notice of motion is that's your baseline there. It provides you information. Where I've had the commitments from county and commitment from the development group is, yeah, we want to go ahead and do this. But they also need to know the parameters of the cost, because we can say, we could get sort of okay, we're going to do this, but then there's still the cost. Like, we still have to figure that. And I think I know for myself, just being in the design development business, this would be the minimal that I would do. I would do that for my client. If they were planning, I'd have to provide them the baseline. So it does require some work, but it's not as extensive as you think. But you need to do that in order to get people to sign off. They need to know what they're committing to. So, and this will all still come back to everybody. It's not like a fait accompli that this is going to happen, but you need to do some homework on this. But what I had, and Dan was in these meetings as well, I know from the development, they want to go ahead and do this, like they really do. In county, I had serious conversations with the CAO, Louisa there. We want to do this, but they need to have some, they're asking these questions. So we need somebody, we got to sort of initiate this, otherwise it's sort of like, we'll continue to just do head nodding. I want to move it so we can start moving this fruitfully. And I understand the time commitments, but it's something I've done before. There is a commitment there, but it's not as big as you think it is. And I can work with staff to kind of make sure that it's not onerous. So I'm telling you what I'm telling you, and that's why I wrote the notice of motion that way. So.
Follow up. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilton. I'm so happy with this notice of motion for the very reason, our very first town hall meeting, we heard loud and clear out in Bellwood, they wanted daycare. I was approached, a staff member was standing with me by a resident who provides home daycare. And I said, if I had to put my HR hat on, I said, staffing these is not easy. And she said, I'll find you the staff. She says, there is a lot of ECEs living out here that will do this. The other thing I want to mention is past Councillor Ian McCrae, it was brought forward to him, and then he gave it to me, a committee member that we have now and a resident in Elora provided a fulsome overview in research of the deficit of daycare spots that we have in Center Wellington. I think she came up with 900 spots that were short. And that research, I would love to see that come forward because she did a lot of legwork took it upon herself, and that is her background in education. And I would like to see that come forward as we explore this, because it also will provide, I guess, the pitch of why we need it. During COVID and at the end of COVID, the reason why she did the research is because everyone had to go back to work and they had no daycare for their children. So I guess my question would be to you, Mayor Waters, is are you aware of this research, and have you been given that yet? And if not, I'm happy to provide it.
Well, yes, and speaking to county staff, we're just so totally underserved in our community. We do not have enough childcare centers that way. It was explained to me that we easily could have 4 or 5 or more centers, and we're eligible for help that way. So the interest from the county is they were very excited about the fact that they even sort of doing something in the rural part of the community was very exciting to them. But they also said we still need more. You're going to still need more. It's just, for me, I think it's just the start of that whole thing in terms of having additional ones, potentially the opportunity of having a child care center, Strathallan, potential on any schools, anywhere there's a school, there's a potential for a child care center. So, and I know I've chatted with other groups, some of the school boards that way in terms of, I think this has just got to be part of the visioning for expansion, because it is a need for our community. And the one thing that I maybe have been criticized about this is I've been asked, said, Sean, this is a county issue. And again, it goes to the whole housing, everything an issue. These are all our issues now. They're not just county issues. They're not local issues. They're not, they're all, and if we can help facilitate these things, this is just good for our community. So, and to have something like this in the rural part of our community, I think would be tremendous. I don't want to I really don't want to have, I don't want to make any more things of a burden for staff. But one of the things I think I heard out of our strat plan was from our group here was, what will be the ask of our development community in terms of participating in this growth? They are all very good at developing a community, doing the parks, all that kind of stuff. But in my mind, development community has to bring more to the table. If they're expected to build our community and we're going to build it to double in size, they got to bring more to that. When they're done with the community, they leave that legacy with us forever. Cleaning stormwater, doing the roads, but they, in my mind, they got to bring more. It's not a question of just, this is the minimal we're bringing. These conversations have got to change. We will have a very unhappy community as we grow if we don't have the services for that community. People move from here thinking that we have all these services, and they finally quickly realize that there's not enough arenas. There's not enough. This has got all this type of thing has to change. They have to be very part of this community, and they have to be willing to contribute and leave good legacies for the community. And this is not just a benefit for our community, it's a benefit for them, because they will be affiliated with those types of legacies that they leave forever. So this is really important. And this is a mindset in my mind. And I heard this type of discussion, and I've heard it even in council when we had presentation from developers. You've all said it. What do you bring? Well, here's an example of what someone can bring. So, so to me, it's very much part of our discussions with developers, and it's part of our strat plan in my mind. So,
yeah. If I can just comment, I don't think anyone's arguing with that.
Yep.
I think we just want to talk about the notice of motion in terms of what's in the details here in terms of our, one thing I've heard is the staff capacity to take something like this on. So I think I don't like to do this, but if I can speak for the group based on what I'm hearing, no, but everybody's in favor of childcare, I was going to say.
Yep.
So
and I'm not
that's fair
arguing
to say. And so I think we all agree on that fact. But I think what we need to focus on, because it is 10 to 10, we're going to have to do another curfew extension soon, is just whether this notice of motion, if we have specific questions about this in relation to staff capacity, roles and responsibilities, financial implications, those types of questions. So does anyone else have questions on that? Councillor McDonald?
I have. Are you Deputy Mayor Welton? You mentioned that you've already spoken with County and Louisa, who's the Director of Care, and they were very open to the process. So I think that's half the battle right there. So that's County staff involved, and I like that because they take the biggest chunk of our taxes.
Yeah, in terms of the time, I just put the date. I just put the June in there, but I'm open. It can be. We can move that date. It's just I just assigned a time there, and you know, I'm not sure how we deal that if we need to extend that time. I don't have a problem, but I think that the background information is really critical for making good decisions. So the timing on the you know, whether it be June or later in the year, it would be my hope it would be this year. But I'm good with that. We can do that. But the details is really important because that's gonna provide a lot of answers. You know, and because I can go there and we get everyone agrees to sign off, and then we'll have to come back and we'll still have to do that. So I think that the kind of the details of where we're trying to go with it, I think that's important. The timing can, in my mind, can slide.
Thank you.
As a follow-up through you, Madam Chair, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the timing, and I appreciate that you're hearing the question. I wonder, and I look to you for further guidance, or perhaps to you, Madam Chair, how we make a suggestion for next steps around just checking in with the staff and seeing what they see as doable, and when they see that they think they can do it. And if it is, in fact, too far off, then that we take a look at the plan and see if there's something we need to adjust. But I think the ambiguity is what's causing a little bit of anxiety, certainly for me, when and how.
Great. Thank you. Do you want to respond to that, Mayor Waters, or?
Do you want to go on?
Go ahead, Councillor Adams.
Through you, Chair. I'm just wondering if we just put that question to our CAO.
I think we're allowed.
Oh, okay, notice motion. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I think the devil's is in the details, so the details are really important, and that's why I wrote the notice of motion that way, because that's really important information for the county folks. It's important information for the developer. It's important information for us as the staff. That's really that's the baseline, you know. But like I said, I'm open to the timing, you know, and. If you want to change that and just say, I don't know what, you know, to do that way, but I think it's important in this fiscal year, just because part of the conversation with the developer is their timing. They need to kind of tee this up that it makes sense with their timing in terms of when they have construction people and that kind of stuff. Because if it sort of comes after the fact in terms of that's not how they do. They tend to, this particular group tends to want to build those things at the beginning of their construction period. The reason we want to do that is they want to demonstrate to the community that they care about the community, and and here it is, as opposed to the end of the development. So the timing is important.
I have a couple of questions of my own. So one of them is picking up on Councillor Jefferson's comments about the that middle paragraph of the notice of motion is quite detailed to get into site planning issues, construction, logistics, financial implications, and so forth. So I am curious if we could potentially soften that middle paragraph to be more of a high-level investigation to firm up kind of those collaborations and partnerships and to define roles and responsibilities. Childcare is under the jurisdiction of the county, so I would see that part of that initial conversation would be clearly defining that they probably have staff already dedicated to spend time on something like this, whereas we do not. So I would suggest softening that middle paragraph and just, you're nodding your head, so I'm getting some thought there. But if I could follow up with my next question, is the public process, including input from the Bellwood Advisory Committee, I think should be broadened to a proper public consultation with the community.
Yeah, and I think I just put that in there, but it really means public process in my mind. So, yeah, what I see is part of when going through this is people are going to define their roles. So the county folks will do what the county needs to put in. They're not going to be sitting back waiting for it's going to be, they're going to be doing their thing. The development community will be doing their thing as they understand what the vision is. So the vision will be partly county, and there'll also be public and local. The local I see is more, our input will be maybe leading these meetings that way, just because of a public process. Obviously, the hope is to provide a property, which is a local property that way, and we'll need to understand sort of the planning issues as that. But it is really going to be a very collaborative, in my mind, it's a very collaborative approach, and we're going to need the inputs of all three and the public on that. So, but somebody's going to have to take the lead on this, and maybe it comes to the point where, again, not doing a lot of this, you know, it's a different thing. Maybe county picks up the lead at some point in time. I don't know, but I think it's got us. I think we start the initial thing and identify sort of the opportunities and constraints, figure out who the players are, what their responsibilities are, costing, that kind of stuff, and that can be at a higher level, or whatever you want to, what kind of class C or B or whatever kind of budget you want to infer, but this is all part of the process.
Councilor McDonald.
Through Deputy Mayor Wilton, just for clarification, so in the second paragraph, it says, I kind of get maybe that could be reworded, but it's got a public process, including input from the Bellwood Advisory Committee. Is that the committee out there already? I'm not familiar actually with that committee. And would also form part of this planning process. So I'd like to make sure that that stays in there, but that it's delegated to staff to investigate and stakeholders.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, there wasn't a question.
Clarification of my own mind.
Any other comments? I personally would want to see the middle paragraph softened. I think asking any one of our particular staff members we currently have would be they'd have to probably not do something else that's in the business plan, and I think we'd already agreed on the business plan. So I would suggest that, and we have to do another curfew thing. Anyway, we'll have to do the curfew thing first.
If you've got a break, now would be the time, maybe.
Could you finish your sentence?
Oh, sure.
I want to hear the end of that thought. Sorry, Carrie.
Sure. I was just going to suggest, I was mucking around. I didn't realize I was chairing this part till about an hour ago. So I did kind of draft a softer middle paragraph earlier. Would anybody be interested in me reading that? The first paragraph stays largely the same. Second paragraph and that the investigation will include discussions about roles and responsibilities between different levels of government, initial financial estimates, the opportunity for community collaboration, as well as recommendations for a public engagement process. And that staff be instructed to bring back a report to council at June 24th meeting. That remains the same. So it just backs it up a little bit to a higher.
Did you indicate development committee in there?
I said community collaboration.
Okay. Great.
Did that cover it all?
I think so. Yeah. What do you?
And Councillor Jefferson, I see. Yes. Do you have a comment or a question?
I was just wanting to know if the with the collaboration part between the different levels and the community partners can be set out more definitively, perhaps.
That second paragraph with it, as well as in letters of intent from.
I would just hate for us to do a lot of work and then they go, no.
Not a bad question. I agree. Can it be put in there?
Yeah, I would think so.
As letters of intent. Think of a
staff being, it could be put in, and that staff be instructed to bring back a report which include letters of intent.
Yeah.
I just one of the things that you're going to get out of the public input, I think, is they're going to say, where is the site and what is going to be there? So that's why I indicated that I think some kind of a site plan is important, and it doesn't have to be detailed, but it needs to indicate, because people have a hard time sometimes talking to sort of esoteric kind of a here. And I think it's important to have sort of a bit of a vision of what this is. And like when I look at this, I think you guys are thinking there's a lot of things here. There is, but there isn't. It's financial can be a thing like, is this a 2 million? Is this a 5 million or 7 million? Planning issues is, again, what are the planning issues? Too close to the lake? Not close enough? MDS issue? Again, it's not going into the details of that, but these are sort of the planning issues you would deal with sort of, again, at a high, this is all high level. So the financial I see at a high level. Facility management, that goes to who's going to manage this thing. That's the I don't think this is much. I don't see this as really I don't see this as detailed. This is very kind of, again, I see this as high level. And if you want to put high level at that, at least it covers all those things. So that's what I would do on that. But I wouldn't. So
we'll have to pause this conversation for just a moment while we do our whatever you call this. All right, so that we have that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington, in accordance with Section 7.7A of the Procedure Bylaw 2021-31, having reached the 3-hour maximum for a council meeting, hereby extends the meeting curfew by 1 hour to 11 p.m. Do I have a mover for that?
Sorry.
Yeah, you are. Councillor Adams, seconded.
I know, very right.
Councillor McDonald, all in favor?
Totally.
That's carried.
Madam Chair, I have a suggestion on this. Is that sorry, I just got to go back here. On that second one, and that the investigation will include a high level and identification, like just high level. It's not it's high level. So it's just, it's the ABCs that you cover when you do initial meeting with your client. You're saying you're looking at the site. Here are you're just an assessment. So that's what I would do. And then that covers off everything. And it doesn't, the onus, I think it gives you like a looseness there.
Can we delete construction logistics?
Definitely.
Yeah. No, totally. Yeah.
Even facility management, I would delete.
Well, that one is important because that's your relationship with county. Yep.
And I do think, as Councillor McDonald pointed out, not many people know about the Bellwood Advisory Committee. So I think if this is going to be a thing, we either have to.
I call it a public process including. So there's a public process including input. I wanted to make sure that I acknowledge them. So that, to me, that's, if you look at that, there's a public process, but we also got to include the.
It's
a secret handshake too.
I do think there needs to be a better line of sight between the Bellwood Advisory Committee and Council. So right now it's a Bellwood Community Development Committee, and Kristen is managing it. And it's a very loosely organized group of people. There's different people every month come to the meeting, so it's not nobody applied like they would through their typical advisory committees. So yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. And that's actually, I know that's not why we're here, but I would be remiss if I didn't point out that that's the kind of thing that we want to be really transparent about as a council and make sure that we know who these committees are, not the individuals per se, but what is the purpose of the committee? Where did it get struck? Who struck it and what's happening with it? If it represents township, we need to know about it. And so I think this is a good eye opener to make sure we know about committees like this.
Any other questions, comments? So we lost, I think, the in writing part. We could still add that in, bring back a report to council, including written intentions, intent and letters of intent in writing, something like that.
Something like, or proposals or their criteria. My issue is that because you don't have anything in writing, you can be doing all of this work and then you've got no partners.
But that's what we're speaking for. We don't need a proposal. We just need an intent.
Councillor Jefferson, can you say that again?
I'm just saying that without like a letter of intent or a written proposal by the community partners of what they're willing to do or willing or not willing to do or what they're willing to contribute, if we don't know what we're doing and then we go and do all the legwork, then we don't actually have partners that we're doing the legwork with until something's in place.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilton, I think the notice of motion, so just logistically understanding it in our parliamentary process, now we would get those letters of intent. It just sort of opens that door so we can delegate to staff to accept those letters of intent, is my understanding. Like, unless we actually have a notice of motion, we can't move forward on anything. So to get those letters, you know, if I was a stakeholder, I wouldn't willy-nilly write a letter, hey, I'm in for it, but you haven't officially done something too. It's a trust thing. So that's what my understanding of a notice of motion, so we can receive all that information is, yeah.
Thank you. I guess my question still remains, which ones of our staff would actually take on some of this work and what might they have to drop to do this? So I'm just cautioning all of us that, well, we can't ask Dan, so.
No.
But I'm just reminding everybody that we did just approve the business plan. It's quite full. We have a full year already, and just want to make sure we're not putting something on staff that might make things slip or make it difficult to complete other priorities. So, yep.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. As for my first question, what I would really like to see done, if we can incorporate it at some point in this motion, to include that we will check in with staff and have them determine whether or not they've got the resources. And if not, because we all want to see this happen, what can we move if we need to? And how do we adjust it? So I personally agree with you 1,000%. We need to know we have the capacity to do it. Can that be put in?
Councillor Adams.
For you, Chair. I'm just making an assumption here that if we put forward a notice of motion that like is going to put a large impact on staff, we don't have to have it in writing that they bring a report back to us before the potential June 24th meeting. I'm assuming that they could come to us pretty quickly. We're also just past that we're reviewing our strategic action plan. And I think there's a lot of room in the process for staff to come back to us and say, hey, you passed this, but you know, we have a plan, we can't, or this is something we can look into. We'll have it for you. That's just my assumption, but. Yeah.
Okay, are we ready to move on? Late at night. Harry has been drafting some edits. So give me 1 second here. We'll go over the edits. Then I could read the. All right, we're deeming these friendly amendments. Is everybody comfortable with that? Great, so I'll read the slightly amended motion. That the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington directs staff to investigate and work towards supporting the development of a childcare facility / recreational space to be located in Bellwood. This includes the collaboration and coordination between other levels of government and community partners. And that the investigation will include the high-level identification of no, that's not going to quite work. The identification of a high-level identification, there we go, of site planning issues, financial implications, and facility management. Just a note, construction logistics was removed. A public process, including input from the Bellwood Community Development Committee, Bellwood Community Development Committee would also form part of this planning process. And that staff be instructed to bring back a report to council, including letters of intent from community partners and other levels of government at the June 24th meeting, providing background information and details to facilitate the next phase of this potential development. Everybody comfortable with that? So I would assume Mayor Waters is still moving that notice motion. I would need a seconder. Councillor Evoy, any further comments, discussion? All in favor? That's there. Okay. That's kitchen. Oh,
you added something down here.
I added including letters of intent from
community partners
and other levels of government.
Okay.
Oh.
For me?
Well, no, it's not.
No, because we're on.
This one. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay, now we have a notice of motion from Councillor Wilton.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, my notice of motion involves a topic we're all familiar with by now, so I'll read it out as Mayor Waters did for his. Whereas the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington recognizes the urgent need for a transportation bypass around Fergus, the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington resolves that the second bypass option identified in the Township's 2019 Transportation Master Plan, page 74, that would see a new bridge constructed at County Road 29 and crossing to land that is immediately adjacent to the Pierpoint Fly Fishing Nature Reserve is no longer a viable option. And that council directs staff to refer to this resolution in future transportation planning discussions with Wellington County and the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario. And that this resolution be circulated to the staff and council of Wellington County. So I have a few reasons I can give if you're interested in why I think this is important. So we all are familiar with the recent designation of the Pierpoint Fly Fishing Nature Reserve as a significant cultural heritage site within our community. We know that constructing a bridge that would include a bypass would negatively impact the ecological integrity of the river. This is quite a unique floodplain ecosystem, which serves as a kind of restoration area for the Grand River along before it hits Fergus. It is also a part of the, I'm not sure exactly how valuable our fly fishing tourism is, but it's quite a special and unique location for fly fishing, and a bridge would automatically negatively impact the integrity and viability of that fly fishing zone. And also the need to plan for the future. We know our community is growing quite rapidly. And in our recent delegation that Mayor Waters and I had with Minister Calandra, part of our conversation revolved around how a bypass should clearly avoid residential areas, which would include both present and future housing. The bridge at this road would actually land in residential area, so we're already just moving the problem 3 blocks down from where it currently is. So I think we need to be further east or west or somewhere away from the actual residential housing. I do believe this meets our strategic initiative championing environmental stewardship, and there would be no particular financial implication or staff time involved in this notice of motion. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Yep. Oh,
Through the chair.
Yep, go ahead.
Not a question. I just want to thank you for bringing this. It was probably a long time coming and all the work that's been happening there. And frankly, I just appreciate that it was brought to the table.
Councillor McDonald.
Here, Mayor Waters. Ironically enough, I was speaking to someone today about fly fishing. It's a huge tourism thing here. We have some of the top fly fishers apparently in the world in Center Wellington. So I know I was just down at Roma, so the Rural Ontario Municipalities Association. I know we've had conversations with MTO. I know MTO sometimes they're at arm's length from the government, and sometimes they make decisions that we don't agree with. So I think having this motion, it definitely puts pressure in that direction. So I will most definitely support it. And the other thing is, I mean, this has been stamped by Parks Canada. You know, Pure Point is stamped. It's on the map. And I really believe that working around it is the best option, because why would we do all this and spend this money to have it become Heritage Park and then build a highway through it? So that's not really a question. But thanks for the motion.
Any other comments or questions? Well, I'd like to support the notice that way. I think it's thank you for doing this. As we know, we've had a lot of meetings with the group there, and I totally believe in that this is not the location for a bridge to be built. It's a special place. It has historic significance. It's a world-class fishery, and this is not the place to do this. And as Deputy Wilton had indicated when our discussions with Minister Calandra, we talked about needing a proper route around Fergus, and it's not at this location. It's a built-up. It is a built-up area, and it will just have the same issues here as we do in sort of the core of Fergus. We need to have this bypass further afield, and that just provides. It's just better for the community as a whole. So, anyways, yes, I support to be the first on that. So, do we have a seconder on that? Councillor Evoy, any further comments or questions? Okay. Should I read this as part of that, or what would you like me to do on that?
I think she read it. So
okay. Okay. We're all good.
As long as everyone.
Yeah, very good. Okay. All those in favor? So moved. Congratulations. Okay. Now we'll move down to where are we here now? Notice a motion from Councillor McDonald. Legislative changes regarding municipal codes of conduct.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Through you to council. So my motion on legislative amendments to improve municipal codes of conduct and enforcement for Center Wellington Township. Whereas all Ontarians deserve and expect a safe and respectful workplace, and whereas municipal governments as a democratic institutions most directly engaged with Ontarians need respectful discourse, and whereas several incidents in recent years of disrespectful behavior and workplace harassment have occurred amongst members of municipal councils, and whereas these incidents seriously and negatively affect the people involved and lower public perceptions of local governments, and whereas municipal codes of conduct are helpful tools to set expectations of council member behavior, and whereas municipal governments do not have the necessary tools to adequately enforce compliance with the municipal codes of conduct. And whereas 201 municipalities support the call for legislation to ensure appropriate accountability measures for sitting councillors, including the OBCM, AMO, and Roma. And whereas a fundamental underlying principle of broadening diversity, equity, and inclusion in politics rests on the assumption that the workplace is safe. And whereas we believe that municipal elected officials should be held to account in this way, we also believe that federal and provincial elected officials should take similar actions to hold themselves to account. Therefore, be it resolved that the Centre Wellington supports the call of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario for the Government of Ontario to introduce legislation to strengthen municipal codes of conduct and compliance with them in consultation with municipal governments. Number 2, and that legislation encompass the Association of Municipalities of Ontario recommendations for A, updating municipal codes of conduct to account for workplace safety and harassment, B, creating a flexible administrative penalty regime adapted to the local economic and financial circumstances of the municipalities across Ontario. C, increasing training of municipal integrity commissioners to enhance consistency investigations and recommendations across the province. D, allowing municipalities to apply to a member of the judiciary to remove a sitting member if recommended through the report of the Municipal Integrity Commissioner. E, prohibit a member so removed from sitting for election in a term of removal and the subsequent term of office. 4, and that this motion be circulated to the Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable David Lametti, Minister of Justice, the Honourable Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Kate Manson-Smith, Deputy Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Scott Pierce, Federal of Canadian Municipalities Acting President, and Colin Best, President of Association of Municipalities of Ontario. So the reason why I brought this forward was because, again, 201 municipalities have taken up arms with this. I sent my fellow councillor members the additional information that explains Wellington North in Wellington County adopted this. Originally, it was Bill 5. Bill 5 was dead on the floor. It was flawed in legislation. It was a private member's bill. We heard loud and clear down at Roma that Paul Calandra is working on legislation. I'm disappointed that Wellington County hasn't done this, and it would be easy for 7 municipalities to just fall in line with it. I noticed Bruce County, West Grey, other counties have endorsed it and then sent it out to their member municipalities. So that's where I'm coming from. We're just endorsing it. Now that we've had John Mascarin give us the second part of our education, you know, we're there. We have an amazing code of conduct. There are code of conducts that are truly 3 lines, have no impact in other municipalities. I have, through a mutual friend, it was a case down in Mississauga. She was not protected as a counselor. That is not us. And, but I'm bringing this forward because I feel it's important for all municipalities across, not just Ontario, but Canada too. And so that's it. I welcome any questions.
Questions, comments from council? Okay. Do we have, so there's no questions or comments? Okay. I think, right.
Right there.
Do we have okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a support of that? Yes. Okay. First, do you have a seconder of that? Thank you, Councillor Evoy. Any other comments, questions?
Chief first.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay. Yes. Okay. So then you're second. Okay. Any other further comments, questions? All those in favor? So moved. Thank you. 3 for 3. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have confirmatory bylaw to confirm the actions of council, a recommendation that the bylaw 2024-06 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held January 29, 2024 be introduced a first, second, and third time and passed in open council. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Wilton, all those in favor? So moved. And then adjournment. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald, all those in favor? Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I thank you, staff. Thank you for council. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. So. And
We all have to go to our job early in the morning.